Watch closely as a different U.S. drone drops a Hellfire missile on that fast-moving war. The missile appearing to bounce off the object.
Foo Fighters over World War II. Nazi discs, the rumors grew. Operation Paperclip. V2 rockets, secret ships. Maury Island fragments fall. Flatwoods monster standing tall. Every decade, every night, something strange is in the sky. We didn't stop the sightings. They've been in the heavens while the world keeps fighting. We didn't stop the sightings. No, we didn't light it, but we're trying to find it. Betty Barney, missing time. Hills recall a bright white sign. Kecksburg Bell in Pennsylvania. Sheriff says it tried to change ya. Shag Harbor glowing gold. Halt at Rendlesham, for it's cold. Ariel School, the kids all stare. They were here, they were really there. Brazil's barking, a creature found. Phoenix lights above the town. Bubbly's our element.
Hello folks, good evening, welcome to UFOs Around the World. So last night on the live we got looking at the Mother of Goddess interview with David Icke. So I said that I'd do a watch along with it because I have seen it, but it was many years ago and I want to watch it again with you. So that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to watch the Mother of... I've skipped the first 30 minutes, which is David Icke speaking about it. I want to get to the part where she is, which is roughly around here. And we'll put it on this screen. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Making sure I got my microphone sorted today. Hi Heiser, welcome in pal. I'm going to go hit the like and share the stream. Be right back. Thank you mate, I really appreciate it. In fact, I'm going to do exactly the same. Let me share the stream as well. In fact, I'll do it in a second. Let's
He had to say.
play this.
Rosanna, can we start at the beginning and can you tell us the story of what's happened in your life from the very start?
Okay, what I can tell you is that before I started looking into my life, back in 1989, I was starting to have flashes of things, and my life was not what it seemed to be, which is why I started looking into it. And what I found out was that I had a lot of missing time, and a whole lot of missing time, as to what had occurred in my life. And when I started looking into what had happened in my life, it was the only way that at the time that I knew, was to start going to see a therapist. Within a year, I was talking about memories of being sexually abused by my father, which was part of what was supposed to happen. And I was starting to talk about mind control issues. And
Welcome in folks. I'm not going to stop it as much tonight because people moan about it. If there's anything interesting, we'll stop it and we'll have a discussion about it and stuff like that. But let's listen to it and see what it's about, right? It's been a long time since I've watched this. Welcome is 95 views at the minute. And please hit that thumbs up. It really does help the live and stuff like that.
I was talking about ritual abuse.
I will chat to you in the comments.
Issues at the time, and I didn't have the whole thing put together. It's taken me years, all these years, it's taken approximately almost 10 years to put this together, what has happened to me. And in the process, I have lost everything that I ever had in my life and anything I held dear in my life. I was bred for this role that I fulfill, and it was planned from before my birth, and it was because of the bloodline of my mother's family, which comes down through Ireland, but before that it began in France. It was through the Marquis de Stac, which he came to Ireland and changed the name to Stack, and then I was chosen, and the birth was planned. My parents were forced to move down to this area for the reason that the High Council is down here, which is, there are 6 councils of 13 in this country, and the High Council is down here.
We're talking the United States?
The United States, yes. And so from the time that I was a baby, I was being abused and traumatized, and on purpose, for the mind control that they need someone to go through to do whatever they say, to be as just a puppet in that they can control every move. And you don't remember, I didn't remember a lot of things, because I have, as a result of all of this mind control, split off many parts that all hold memories, hold feelings, hold programs, hold information.
163 people in Saturday night must be the busy night on this, because this is a few. So just a quick one for people. This is the Mother of Goddess. It's about the reptilian stuff, the stuff that's going on. It's a very rare interview, this. Most of you might not have seen it. You might be familiar with David Icke, but you may not be familiar with this lady. This lady's actual name is, let me just get the name up. I forgot her name. I forgot her fucking name. I'll get a name in it. Someone can Google it for me, please.
And I've been working very hard to pull all of that up. And it's been a long, slow process for me, because there don't seem to be a lot of people in the field that I only felt was the only way I could go was psychiatric and psychological. They don't seem to know what is really going on, and I believe that a lot of them are afraid of being sued should they suggest something, and so they cannot lead or suggest. And it's been a process of me having to trigger myself to remember, and be around people that can help me with that can't really be touched by the False Memory Syndrome Foundation.
So what happened? You say you were abused as a child as part of this compartmentalizing of your mind. What went on after that, as you got older?
Well, they start with wanting to make you an obedient slave at first, and so they. If
there's anybody in the chat that is going through this, or has been through this, or knows somebody that's been through this, because listen, this is rife, what they're doing to children, and it's been going on for decades, and people have stories where they've come out of this and they've not spoke about it and stuff. Drop a comment if you want to talk to me privately. We'll do it, and we'll get an interview going and expose it.
Yeah. Do a lot of sensory deprivation, they do a lot of sensory overload, and they switch between the two, and they do out-and-out torture. They take a small child and they electroshock. In my case, it was electroshock to the brain, and they would take away my chance to sleep. They kept me awake for many hours at night, would not let me sleep. And I was also told things, as this was before the age of 5, I was told things such as, if you they would make me drink water, and they would say,
Yeah, just pay attention to that age before the age of 5. This happens generally from the age of 0 to 7 years old. That is the prime age for these children to be taken, because from the age of 7, something changes and your brain develops. The age gets to 14, something develops, gets to 21. Every 7 years, something in your brain apparently develops. I can't remember my 0 to 7 year old age, to be honest. I can remember 7 to 14, but there's something. And some of my experiences as a child was from the ages of 0 to 7 years old. Early little things, weird things happening where you're more susceptible to picking up things, and I think that's why they try and catch them at that age. I can do a separate video on that, but it's very interesting when you hear of people that go through this. They're usually at 5, 6, 7 years old.
if you pass urine, you're going to have to drink it. And they would make me drink it. And if you have bowel movement, you're going to have to eat the feces, which is also what happened to me. And then they would play, there was a programmer that was programming me, a very infamous person in history who actually has been in this country, and he was known as Dr. Green. Who he actually was Dr. Mengele from Joseph Mengele from the concentration camps in Germany, and he was kept, or he stayed a lot at China Lake Naval Weapons Station out here in Southern California, in the desert area. And I would be around this man a lot, and he used to tell me that the scar that...
So I thank people for joining me on this Saturday night. If you're not doing anything, just get yourself a beer, get yourself a brew, whatever you fancy, and just sit and watch it. It's an interesting watch, and we have a discussion as we go through it, people.
He had on the left cheek of his face was actually from, he was into fencing, and that it was from that, but actually the scar on his cheek was from one of his own programming techniques, that he would put a child in a box and with a sword and tell the child to defend the box, even if it meant his own death. Then he'd tell another child to break into the box, and which this child would do, and then the other child would then jump out of the box and shove the sword or the lance straight through the other child.
Sorry to interrupt, but I appreciate the comment about the song, the intro song. I created it. So I created the lyrics, I created the beat and everything like that. I wanted it to be in the style of like a Billy Joel. So that's why it sounds, it's not like Billy Joel, but I wanted it to be fast-paced. We didn't start the fire, but I wanted it in a UFO paste. So I put all my knowledge on what I've researched over the years. I got Monty to help me put the video together. So she put the video images, to the video to the lyrics. So we created that. And then it's an AI voice, which I then bought off Suno. So the only thing that's not been done by myself is the actual voice, which is brilliant, and it's AI. But the lyrics, the actual video itself, that was created by me, and Monty helped me put that together and stuff like that. So yes, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's a really good song, and it does, people, if you give it the time, it's a 5-minute song, but if you give it a time, there's a lot of research in that song. And that is something that AI can't give you.
And at one point he got into it where this child actually got him in the face with the sword. And he would wear a huge emerald ring on his left hand on this middle finger. And he would twist this emerald around and for programming, and he was into using long-colored ribbons of different colors, and you had to choose a certain ribbon, or you were given a certain ribbon, and that meant that this certain thing was going to happen
Please
to you.
Please hit that thumbs up. It really does help
like
people.
Picking
just a little click on the thumbs
sticks out, or drawing sticks out of a hand, out of someone's hand. I saw games of Russian roulette played where it was chosen beforehand that a child would die, and the child would put the gun up to his head and pull the trigger, and this child would end up dying. But it was meant to scare all of us, keep us in terror, as there were many other children that were around me that went through the same thing. I have run into people from my childhood that have known me, and I've recognized their names, and even if they change their names and change their hair color, as I have done, they have recognized me, or I have recognized them, and I know their name. They know my name. There isn't any way for this to have happened. It's just beyond coincidence. And when you get older, I mean, they start taking, this programmer in particular, Mengele, would take me to rituals. I went to rituals with him all over this country and in Britain and in France, and it was known by intelligence agencies in this country that this man was here. They brought him here.
Is that Project Paperclip you're talking about?
Yeah. Through the OSS. And my family, or my so-called family, are all DID. They have not. They are very well programmed, and they have not sought help. They have not gone in and tried to figure out what's happened. They believe they've had this certain kind of life that they've had, and as far as they are concerned, I am crazy. And
yeah, you're right there. It is coming at it from total angles. There's so many different angles. Just imagine the UFO is a tree, and then you've got branches, and then you've got the leaves, and you've got everything inside the leaves. It's so many different angles you can come from. We're looking at this angle now about the reptilians, but it's going to lead to children, trafficking, all sorts. And I said on yesterday's live, where my jaw dropped when I got this information from a very credible third person. Everybody will know this person. He's a whistleblower that gave me this information on a private conversation just between me and him, where these people in the background are giving locations and things about these children that are being trafficked and kidnapped and stuff like that. There is something big happening in the background. Please trust me. On my 5 children's lives, something big is about to happen. I don't know when, but when it happens, it's going to fucking expose a huge thing. I'll just give you a little clue to things. That they're finding out that certain adoption places aren't for adoption places in certain countries. They're for the sick perverts and stuff like that. And these UFO whistleblowers are helping expose this. Now, if you're good with your research and stuff like that, you might know who I'm on about. I don't want any guesses in the chat box or anything like that, because I will ignore you. Because I'm not jeopardising any of the source that I'm speaking about. But just trust me, your jaw would drop on one of them, because one of them I've been quite sceptical of. And I'm actually going to keep my mouth shut now and see what happens with it.
they have much different memories of what I have, and I was always told certain things by my parents that my sisters were never told. And biologically, I have to add at this point that my mother is my mother. I am not biologically related to my father. And this has to do with the bloodlines, and his was considered impure. And this is all about purity of the bloodline. And that is why I am involved in this. There are people that are involved in this that it is not so much because of bloodline, but they have the ability to dissociate and be used as slaves by these people.
You say that you come from a certain bloodline, and there is this obsession with bloodlines that this Brotherhood Illuminati have. Why is that? Because
what first started coming out was about the Aryans, and the purity of the blood, and what it's all about.
So the Aryan ideology, I don't know if she's going to discuss this. Like I said, I've only seen this once or twice many years ago when the Black Forest, someone called Mary Olsick or something, was talking about the Aryan race from a star system, and their bloodlines were being diluted. They wanted to try and create the bloodlines here. This is why Hitler was trying to do certain things and stuff like that, and that's where you got the Aryan race ideology. When you listen to Hitler's translations in English, You can't help but think that he was right now when you listen to some of the things. He was against trans things, and he was against pornographic things going on. It was being put in people's faces. This is what he was saying back in the 40s, right, in his translations. And then you look at the world now, it's full of porn, it's full of trans, it's full of this, that and the other and stuff like that. And it is being pushed on people. You can be whatever you want, just don't push me to say that I have to call you by certain things. I just disagree with it. There's two genders in my opinion.
Is that the blood and the menstrual blood contains something that is important for the propagation of this race that is controlling things on this planet. And these people that are in the organization that the Council of 13 is under and they have something called the Grand Druid Council or the Octagon, they're called the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are actually run by these 13 bloodlines, which are all of the royal families in Europe and in England. And they need the blood because they are, in fact, not human. They take human shape. They are reptilians. And they need the blood. The blood helps them maintain their reptilian shape, and it helps them maintain their sanity, and it helps them to live in this world because they are not from this world.
Does that relate to what the Nazis call vril power and what the Hindus call the serpent power in the blood?
Yes, the blood has something. It has something in it. It has secretions from the pituitary gland and from the pineal gland, and it has a very strong drug.
I think we're getting to the adrenochrome part, people. I think we're getting there. Imagine though if some of the secret that's being acknowledged that's being hidden from us is that I might find out that I've got reptilian blood and that's no good and I'm not wanted here and stuff like that, and other people might do. And then there's these special bloodlines and they just want us for other reasons. That could be a reason to keep it a secret as well. And I do apologise, I'm not crying, I've just got really watery eyes through conjunctivitis.
In it that they also, I mean, this is the one that keeps them from going crazy, and it's like heroin or like endorphins, and it's much stronger. But what they need is, for it to be secreted in the blood, is they need terrorization of their victims before they are killed for their blood. Or if a young woman is beginning to menstruate, they need the menstrual blood, and they have to terrorize them to get this to come out in the blood and be secreted in the blood.
Is this the what other people have told me about, that at the point of great terror, like the point of sacrifice, there's an adrenaline that enters the bloodstream? Is this what they're looking for?
Yes, that and this other element comes and secretes out through the blood. This all comes out through the blood at that time, and it's at that point they are actually staring into the eyes of the head of at some of these rituals, or at a reptilian. They are staring into the eyes of this person, and they're held. It's a hypnotic gaze these reptilians have, and it holds the victim in an absolute trance, in a trance of terror, and then they are killed at that moment as they are staring into their eyes. And not only do they can't hold their shape when this happens. The human shape they cannot hold. They go back into reptilian shape as this is happening, because it's like an animalistic type of excitement of the kill, and they oftentimes they will just rip into the victim and eviscerate them. And
just what I say as well, if you've never seen the film They Live, I came across it today. It's on YouTube, free. It's been up for a year. No one's copyrighted it or took it down. It's got 1.1 million views, so you can watch it for free on YouTube. Just type in They Live full movie, 1080p. It's there. So if you haven't seen that, watch that tonight or something if you've got nothing to do after this live.
Start eating the flesh of this person too, and the fat from the intestinal area is highly valued, as they use it on their skin. And they will drink, and they drink the blood, and the blood is highly sought after, and it goes according also to rank within these creatures, as to who gets what when. And their sacrifices have increased in the last, it started increasing in the early 80s. The amount that they were doing is increased, and they use a lot of druidic holidays to do this, but they have other days too. They've mixed all of these satanic and what are called satanic holidays and druidic holidays, and in order to have these rituals, which ritual seems to be important to them, but they also use it in order to drink this blood. They seem to need more.
Have you any idea why it's increased since the 80s?
So there are changes going on in the earth. It seems they're not able to hold their shape like they once were able to, and people see them shapeshift more and more, and they need the blood to try and maintain it, to try and maintain their human form. I believe there's a time coming that because of what I've been told, when they are not going to bother having to hold that human shape as they had to before, and they want that time to come. It's almost upon us.
So when you're talking about the fact that the veil is lifting on these reptilians so that people can see them far more easily and far more often, does this relate in any way to the fact that there is this desire to bring in this rigid structure, including microchipping and many other things, across the year 2000, which has become known as the New World Order? Is that coming in because it is known that the people are going to see what the game is, and there has to be control of the people at that time?
Yes, it's very connected. I started talking about the New World Order back in 1990, and I was very psychologically and physically affected so much by what was coming out. I wasn't watching television. I was not aware that certain individuals in this country, George Bush, were talking about the New World Order. I was talking about it because that is what was coming out, and knowing that the first time that inside of myself that I'd heard it was in conjunction with the Nazis, and that came from Mengele. And I started realizing that there was something going on, and then it scared me.
I'll give you a quick quiz question just while we're watching this. So someone just said it's a fight scene. I think it is the longest fight scene, or it was at the time, between Roddy Piper and that guy in They Live. But also, what is the most kills in a movie ever? I'll give you a clue, it's a comedy.
And I didn't really look into it for years, but I was being harassed constantly. I was being told at one point I had someone telling me that I was being, and who was ex-Army intelligence, ex-CIA, telling me that I was being monitored by the National Security Agency. And I didn't have the whole story then, so I did not totally understand why this was happening. But yet I was being followed by cars or vans that said G12, G14, and in this last year, which has really been very hard, I've been followed by G41 vans, and I had to find out what those were, and that is naval intelligence. But this whole thing is going towards around the year 2000, and when they are going to establish themselves openly as a new world order, and it's headed toward that, and that's what everything is being prepared to or prepared for. And I have actually got
just a bit of a clue to the quiz question I asked a minute ago. It was it mocks other films, and it's from the late 80s, early 90s, if I remember right. And then they made 2 of them.
I've got a sleeping
Yes, Hot Shots. Hot Shots has the most kill. It's where he pretends to be Rambo when he's being Rambo, and he's just killing people for fun. I think that's that scene, and it's just insane. It's just adding up, and he did it purely so they could have the most kills in a movie. Whether it's still, I think it probably is still holding the record. It's insane.
Program right now to return, because I've left, but to return for that time, and it's called End Times Programming or Janus Programming.
And Janus relates back to Nimrod of Babylon.
Yeah, there is a group.
We could do that if we want. I know Josh over at Polarity does Discord nights when we watch movies. I'd love to do that. I'd love to have a Discord night and watch a movie as well and stuff like that. At your recommendation, whatever you want to watch. Or just go through things in a Discord, have a Discord night where we go through things and get people's stories, get to know you a bit better. It's different actually seeing your comments, but actually speaking so you get your face on camera and stuff like that. And also I'd like to come up sometime and chat on here as well and interact. I just need to work out how to do it OBS or StreamYard, which is better to get guests up.
That used to be in contact.
I want to basically do like a Friday night show. People come up, ask questions, mingle with the host and stuff like that.
Contact with me all the time. And they stopped trying simply because I didn't obey them. They would be in contact with me all the time. They're called Janus, which is also the 2-headed Roman god of change. And their headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium, in the NATO building. And they are a group of psychiatrists and doctors who are into mind control. And they are one of the many groups involved with the Illuminati. And they would contact me and tell me, give me directions that I was to psychically kill this person or psychically injure this person or scare this person. They'd give me the location. And I started questioning this, and I had a contact who since has seemed to have disappeared because she couldn't get the funding, and I had called her about this group, and she's the one that was the ex-CIA, ex-Army intelligence person, and she knew about these people, and she said, yes, you're right, this is what is going on.
From your experience, being brought up in this Illuminati environment, were you ever told anything about where these reptilians came from, and what is the history of it all?
I was made to learn through Mothers of Darkness, which is a certain aspect of the organization, because that was an early part of my training, the history of what was the Illuminati on this planet. And what I learned was that the Aryans originally were from Mars, and the Reptilians came to that planet to they came from another place. They came to that planet. They came to rule because they wanted to mix, so they said, with that race, and but they became the overlords, and the Martians or Aryans were seeking to escape from it. They went to the moon, and then were there attacked, and they then went to Earth and established culture here on Earth approximately 6,000 years ago. And at that point in time, they were doing well, and they were mixing with the indigenous population.
Yeah, you've got a good point. She's telling a fantastic story. She's making it up, but also like multiple people have said the same type of story as well.
Of this earth they were getting along with, and then about 4,000 years ago, the Reptilians arrived here, and again began to take over. And they instilled themselves in different places underground in the earth, and also this one part of them, the ruling part, took over and became involved in the politics and in the religion, and started controlling through these means at that point in time, and using the gods and deities that were believed in on this planet, started infiltrating into that and becoming that, and things started, blood rituals started happening, and since that time, that is the way that it has been. And presently, they claim to come from a Merovingian bloodline. They are all of the, there are 13 bloodlines in Europe that all of what are called royalty are developed from or come from, and they include the Aryans in this, and there's been a big push in this century. For example, when Nazis came into power, the fascists, talking about the purity of being pure and staying, the Aryan bloodline staying pure, and what it actually is all about is keeping the blue-eyed, blonde or light red-haired people, the bloodlines pure, because it is more powerful. And what is in that blood for these reptilians is more powerful, and they need that. And when you start mixing it with people that were indigenous to this earth, then it is not as powerful. It has nothing to do with someone, skin color or nationality. It has to do with keeping the bloodline pure for their use.
So blonde-haired, blue-eyed people are the purest from the reptilians' point of view, and that they want to keep that bloodline pure because of how they need to use it.
Yes. When I realized that it had to do with blonde hair and blue eyes, I could not do anything about my eyes, and I am not able to wear contacts, or I would have brown eyes. But one thing I did do was cut my hair off, because that was part of the rank I was. My hair was down to my knees, and I colored my hair darker. And there were times when after I did cut it off, they had gotten to me, and so the hair would be light red. But that is being in compliance with them. And I did not want to be in compliance to them. I want to expose them, and I...
Yeah, my sister, like my kids as well, some of them blonde hair, they've all got blue eyes. When you go to countries like India and stuff like that, the Indian people love blonde hair, blue eyes. They treat them like they are fucking royalty over there. Don't know if you've ever been to somewhere like Goa or anything like that. They absolutely love blonde hair, blue eyes. It's just alien to them.
this is part of it, and I won't be what they want me to be.
When you look at some of the ancient accounts, like the Sumerian texts and many other accounts, they talk about the gods interbreeding with humanity. Is this relevant to the reptilian way of infiltrating the human race?
Yes, it is, because human beings all through the ages have accepted God's interbreeding or being accepted as humans, and that shows in Christianity, it shows in Judaism. It also, they have used Egyptology, or the Egyptian religions, a lot, and the present head of the Illuminati compares himself a lot with the Egyptian god Osiris and Horus.
They got a thing for red hair too. Listen, apparently the redheads, right, have a gene where it stops them feeling, they feel less pain than any other person. So if you've got red head, there's something in you, I can't remember the name of the thing, but they feel pain less. They can tolerate more pain. I watched something on it, it's insane. I've got a redhead son, and it's like, what is it about redheads? They can absorb pain.
Which is Osiris Reborn. And also with the Arthurian legends of the Round Table, and he has a name, the name that he carries from that is Pindar, which actually means phallus of the dragon. And the other name, Osiris, he has carried because he takes the name at this time, the Marquis de Libero, which means the liberator of or from the waters. And the story of Osiris is that he was cut into 14 pieces and thrown into the River Nile, and the one piece, Isis found the pieces and put them back together again, and she could not find the 15th piece, which happened to be the phallus, so a gold phallus was made. And this is very important in this group in the Illuminati. This is important, and it's important to think that about the head of the Illuminati, because what comes from a golden phallus would be a superior seed for a race, and this is how this is what they are doing with all of these bloodlines to keep the bloodlines going, are impregnating.
Let's just have a 2-minute break, or a 1-minute break, just to catch up with the comments. And for people that are worried that I'm stopping too much, on Sunday I'm going to upload the full video without a watch along and put it into my archive section. So if you've watched the watch along and you don't want me to be speaking, you want to watch it at a separate time, it's going to be uploaded tomorrow night for you. So don't worry. This is a watch along, and we're going to have a little discussion about it and stuff like that. I've fallen in love with 2 redheads over the last decades. Yes, I believed her right off the bat. It's obvious. Ronald Bernard's testimony at an ICC hearing is worth your time also. Why does that name ring a bell? And I'll have to check that out. What do people think about today's events, by the way? Iran. And apparently Ayatollah is dead. I can't confirm it, but apparently I did a video on it. There's news reports from the ground that he's dead. The airstrike between Israel and Iran killed him. You're talking about probably about 7 hours ago now. So they killed him quite early on in the attack, it looks like. Where is she today? I don't know, to be fair to you. I don't know. This is the only interview I've ever seen of hers, and this was many years ago. Like I said to you, I hung up my research on the reptilian stuff. I didn't buy into it I stopped researching it when I was like 19. I'm 40 next week. So, you know, I'm coming back to it because of what's being said recently and stuff like that. So I've got quite a bit of knowledge on it. It's just that I've got to dig through it all. Any footage of the orb just before the strikes? There is a video. I'll tell you what, I'll show you a quick video on this break while I'm here now. So there's best way to get to it, TikTok. Watch my TikTok video. Tell me what you think of this. Tell me if you think this is real. file. If you don't follow my TikTok, by the way, this is my TikTok account. Right, I've done quite a few videos today, mostly about Iran. I did this one for a laugh. Created through AI. Right, anyway, it's enough of that twat. It has been put together, so you will see different angles with different events. Unbelievable. It's insane, this footage. There's no sound to it or anything like that. At the end as well, they ask Grok, and Grok says, this isn't AI, this is real footage and stuff like that. Thank you for the subscriber, Darren Wilson. This is insane footage, though. If this is real, wow. Welcome in, Tasha. We're just having a quick break from our video, just looking at look at this. If this is real, look at that. Look at this fucker here. Look at this bastard. Look at that. Reminds me of the Jerusalem UFO, that one. It is wild footage. Like I said, I'm open-minded to it being fake, but I do answer that question in a minute at the end of this video. So this does repeat itself, which I didn't realise at the time. So it does repeat itself. I'm going to skip it a bit to this bit. And consistent static noise, lens flare. Wait. AI generate. So someone asks, is this AI, and expected it to go yes. Somebody asked Grok, and he put, no, this doesn't appear to be AI generated. It's completely low-res night vision security cam footage from multiple angles on a rural property, grainy noise, lens flare, overexposure from bright lights, and consistent static camera behaviour all match real hardware. The orb/lights could be drones, aircraft or reflections, but the video quality screams authentic, not synthetic. Wow, okay. Buckle up, February. So what do you think of that, folks? What do you think of that one? Badass, that, innit? Back to the video.
Aryan people of Aryan blood that hold high stations with them, impregnating them with this seed of Pendar. And therefore it's important to keep this history in mind and the names in mind that he is going by at this time.
So would it be correct to say that the reptilians came to this planet because the Aryan Martians came to this planet, and that the Aryan Martians gone somewhere else that have followed them there?
They would have pursued them all over the universe, yes.
Can we now go into some specifics about your own experiences? What were you brought up to do? You say that you were identified as a bloodline before you were born. What was the role that you were brought through to play?
The role that I was brought through to play was, as in the Illuminati, was.
So we've just got some breaking news here. So it looks like Netanyahu says growing signs Iran's supreme leader Khamenei is gone after US-Israel strikes. That was 12 minutes ago. We've got another one 12 minutes ago. The rise and fall of Iran's leader. The Independent has put Iran latest supreme leader Ayatollah killed in US-Israeli strike, says senior official. So I did a video a couple of hours ago. People were saying it's not true. It doesn't look like it's true. He's dead. He's brown bread. So that's just a bit of a breaking news for you there.
As a goddess, specifically, the address is Mother Goddess, Starfire. And the Starfire goes back to the blood in the menstrual blood, what is contained in that. And the address, the way that I was addressed was Mother Goddess. There are only 3 Mother.
Why are people saying there's no sound? There is sound. Did you hear me telling you about Ayatollah then?
Goddesses. There can only be 3 at a time on this planet, and there is a male equivalent of which there can be only 3 of them.
Why mind control someone to conduct these rituals, like yourself, why don't these reptilians just conduct their own rituals?
They don't seem to have the psychic abilities, and they look for people that have that and people in the bloodline that have that. And I've had that. I've had a tremendous amount of psychic ability, and so I was picked and bred from before.
Pay close attention to this part, right? Because this is, in today's world now, when you look at Skywatcher and certain people around that, and what they've been trafficking children for the psionic abilities and stuff like that. Pay attention to that, because something huge is coming on what they're working at in the background to try and save the children.
Birth, and this is also something that other survivors that have been in high positions have known about me and told me.
What's the connection then between you having psychic abilities, those being recognized from the start, and you being brought through to conduct their major rituals?
Well, it's kind of twofold. First of all, they needed the psychic abilities because they control or attempt to control events, because I would have the ability to foretell what was going to happen, and they needed the information to just try to control it to an outcome that was good for them. The second thing is that during the rituals, you had to have psychic ability. You have to be very powerful in that way to call out the old ones that are also reptilian, that come from another dimension. They actually they materialize from out of another dimension and are present at rituals, and they are so powerful, and their presence is there's such an evilness about them, and they want out of this other dimension, and they can't. They have to be called out by someone who has that power, and the reptilians don't have this power. That's very important, that they don't have this power to call out these old ones that have to do with them. And
what is it that humans have that the reptilians don't have, that means they don't have the power to connect interdimensionally, and some humans do?
We have the ability to foresee, to be able to become vibrationally higher, and see into those levels, go into those levels, and in fact, agencies use this. They call it remote viewing. To go, that humans have the ability to go into the past, to go into the future, to go to other places, to astrally leave their body, astrally, and to see things that we've always had this ability, and it's like having the third eye, which they don't have.
Thank you for hitting the like,
this
the
ability.
thumbs up, guys.
So
I appreciate it.
These,
and if you haven't,
during
it's not too
ritual,
late.
these old ones are called out, and they are what Christianity would have called the demons. They are called out, and there is a circle that is, it has a hexagon in there, which is a powerful occultic symbol, and then there is a pentagram, and then there, in the middle of that, there is a triangle, and if you're the one calling them out, then you stand in the triangle so that you're not devoured or taken by these creatures.
You know, I look through the chat and I see you all speaking. I think you're all speaking absolute common sense what's going on, and yet we're still allowing these people, these one or two people that just fucking dictate every single person. I'm just speaking about the UK. We've got some absolute plebs that are in control of our country, and around the world it's the same thing, that all these people are just being led by these very few people. If we all just stick together, sing from the same hymn sheet, we can cause a revolution worldwide, and that's what we need.
that come out.
That creates an energy field around you which they
Right.
can't penetrate.
They can't penetrate it, and they cannot get outside the pentagram. And they want out. They're always demanding to be let out. And so you have to be very powerful to keep them in line and to make them go back when it is time for them to go back.
Why do the reptilians want to manifest these quote demons at the rituals?
It brings power to the rituals. It brings power to them. They are told things by these entities, and they are encouraged to go on with what they're doing, and knowledge is imparted to them through these entities. But it takes a person with the ability to bring them out and make them answer, because they don't want to cooperate. They have to cooperate when the right person has control over them.
And that's to do with that person's energy and ability to use
Right.
energy.
Yes.
You talked about the Aryan race coming from Mars. One expression of it seems to be very clearly what we call the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians had two deities, St. George, which became a British deity, who defeated the dragon, which seems incredibly symbolic, and also St. Michael, who, according to the legend, banished Satan, or this negative force, into the abyss. Is this symbolism of the abyss anything to do with the fact that these reptilian demons of another dimension are somehow locked in a time-space prison, and they can't get out, and they can only get out when they're brought out in that way?
Yes, they want out of that dimension. They have been thrown into that dimension, and they can't leave that dimension. And that's actually what the abyss is about, is being in a different dimension. It's like something to do with the fourth dimension. And
I can hear Chinooks.
before I even knew, for example, what I was saying, or I realized what I was saying, I would be saying things to my therapist and other survivors that the fourth dimension was a dimension to stay away from. Not at that time understanding the whole thing.
Why do these rituals take place at certain key times of the year, and so often are related to the phases of the moon?
Because the moon has an influence on this planet, and also the sun. These also take place during different things that go on with the sun, but the moon it's kind of a really very cyclical thing with the moon. And it takes place on full moons, new moons. It has to do with the current religion, or what they're using, the Druid religion that they've taken and used. They still hold on to the Egyptology type of religion. They hold on to the Druidism, though, and they're currently calling themselves Druidic or Druid. And Druidism is tied in with the cycles of the moon, on which it has to do with planting, sowing, and harvesting. And there are so many days that they can use from this to their own purpose and their own end, that they bring it about. There's a lot of ritualization with.
She's speaking just off the tongue, like it's just rolling off her tongue. There's no thinking. There's no like, this is just like, it's all here. Does anyone just not find her very weird to listen to? Like, she's just so calm. It's just rolling off her tongue. She's not thinking about this. This is a long interview, by the way. We've got quite an hour left of it, and she's just constantly, it's coming off. No thinking about it. even when you've got Bob Lazar telling his story, he thinks about it. He has to. She's not even thinking about it. It's just like she's a robot. It's coming out of her mouth just like this.
It's Druidism, and they love ritualization.
So take us through one of these rituals that you conducted at the highest level of this global brotherhood. What would happen?
There were people that were bred from birth. They were bred to be ritual sacrifices. I have a problem with what they is said a lot today, especially by the...
Yes, I agree. She seems sort of numb. That's the word I was looking for. She seems emotionless, like just detached from the world. Like, yeah, this is what's going on. It's like she's been through so much shit. She's just sort of like, this is what's going on. Like, yeah, numb. That's the word. Thank you, numb.
The False Memory Syndrome Foundation, that how could all of these people disappear, or how could all these babies be born? I worked with a nurse midwife. We did home births, and it's very easy not to register a child when it's born. And then they have these children that they're kidnapping and bringing in from other countries, and no one misses them because these are third world countries. And children they have the most energy, the purest energy, they're the highest form of sacrifice. And they will terrorize these children and mind control these children. And in rituals, by the time they're brought into rituals, they may be drugged, or they may not be drugged, or they may be in an altered state because of the mind control. And they are used as actual blood sacrifices during these rituals because of, again, reptilians needing their blood.
Sorry to pause it again, but you've got just recently, Hillary Clinton was asked about Pizzagate and about torturing, and apparently she screamed. Was it Nancy Mace that said she screamed and that video was going to be released because they recorded it? They asked for loads of things and they refused it. It's been recorded, and apparently Hillary Clinton screams at one point with what they was asking her. I can't wait for that. This shit, 1999, was something you'd talk to your mates about in the kitchen, smoking Jamaican Woodbine, having a few drinks, being called a daft cunt. Now we're not the daft cunts. We're the ones now that are being able to get watch-alongs, get 100-odd people in here sat here watching, because there's probably people in here that don't even want to watch anything like this. They've seen things on the news and go, you know what, I'm going to give this channel a try. Something's not right here. I'm going to give UFOs around the world. I'm going to watch this fucking reptilian bullshit and see what's going on here, because something's going on, folks. We've been trying to tell you, but it's been hard to prove. That's the problem, I will admit it. I'm 40 years old nearly. I fully believe we have been visited, extraterrestrial, ultra-terrestrial, interdimensional, something like that, but it's so hard to prove. That is the hardest thing of this topic, proof, evidence. But if you do enough research, you can work out, and you do the corroborating through the facts of what you research, you come to the conclusion that this is a real phenomena. But if you don't go through that stages, you don't come to that reality. And I understand why people come into it dipping in and out of it saying, yeah, but where's the proof? It's the worst question you can ask, because we can't actually confirm it. That's the hardest thing about this topic, and I think a lot of people struggle with that. When you get Jeremy Corbell that don't want to do debates, because he's going to get asked the questions that he knows he can't answer. He probably could behind closed doors, but up front he can't. It's a real tough one. It's a real touchy subject. It's like me saying to you, if you believe in, show me God. You can't show me God. It's your belief thing. The thing is that with the UFO topic, it's probably evidence for the religious side of things. These angels and demons potentially is just another word for the alien stuff that we've been talking about. Angels and demons was spoken about from 520 BC. 1920 onwards, it's been aliens used for the extraterrestrial stuff. So why for hundreds of years were angels and demons believed, but all of a sudden now angels and demons are dismissed and the alien stuff is sort of looked at as the woo-woo shit? Why? So we're being played, and I think we've been played. The last 100 years we've definitely been played. Something's changed, but if you look for the majority of human history, angels and demons has been believed. So maybe it is angels and demons. That word definitely came before the word aliens. The first time it was ever used was in 15-something. The first time it was used for extraterrestrials was in 1920. So angels and demons, for sure, is probably the correct term.
And they will take various organs from the sacrifices, depending on what date the ritual may, what the ritual may be associated with on that date. But they will also slit the throat from the left ear to the right ear, and the blood will be gathered in a goblet, and it will be dispersed among the reptilians, and dispersed among, also after that, among people that have been participating in these rituals and seem to have it, even though they seem to be dissociated. Mostly these people seem to be cognizant of what they are doing.
Are these rituals rare? I mean, how many are there that, say, go on a year? I mean, are we talking hundreds or thousands? Or?
There are things happening every month of the year. There is not a month in this 12.
Princess Diana is an interesting one for sure, and I would recommend people after this, if you're bored for 20 minutes, go and watch my 1997 video. I made it just on the year 1997. It is the most important year in UFO history. From my standpoint, from my research point, it is just an insane year. Every single week it was pulling on people's heartstrings. Like, I bet many people don't even know Mother Teresa died 4 or 5 days after Princess Diana. Those were two massive losses for this planet. And then not even talking about Mike Tyson's ear bit. Then you got the Phoenix Lights, the alien interview tape. Then you've got the Hale-Bopp comet, and then you've got the Heaven's Gate cult, mass suicide. Honestly, watch that video. I left loads out, but the video that I made is great for nostalgia to look back on that year. Fantastic year, 1997.
Month system that something is not happening, and it's more than one. I mean, it's every full moon. It's and then the very important rituals are the summer solstice and the winter solstice, and then there is the vernal equinox and the fall equinox, and there is Samhain, and there is Beltane. There is Imbolc in February. There is Lughnasadh, which is in the beginning of August. There's a whole week leading up to Beltane, and also leading up to Samhain, that's called Grand Climax.
So May the 1st is Beltane.
May the 1st is Beltane.
Halloween, particularly in America, has become like a mini Christmas, almost like a holiday of celebration with a trick and treat and all this other stuff. But what actually happens outside the public arena that night of Halloween and into November the 1st?
Away from the public arena, there's a ritual that's taking place in 6 different locations in this country for all of the councils of 13 in the area that I'm in. It is the East Side Christian Church on 7th and Temple Street in Long Beach. And it is for the...
Do you know what? I've been looking through the Epstein stuff. I've not actually tried looking. Maybe try this if you remember before me. Look for the Council of 12, the Council of 9, see if there's any word revolving around the council in the Jeffrey Epstein emails. Don't leave the live to do it. Use your mobile if you're watching it through the telly and stuff like that.
The High Council of 13, and in this country on that night, it is satanic ritual. It's actually, there are 3 nights in a row at that church. The first night is Halloween.
What happens on the night of Halloween?
That night is about the worship and homage to Satan. And that is what a lot of people in this country know the devil to be. This is about the devil, Satan. And Christianity talks constantly. I mean, I believe they created Christianity to be what it is. And so they
Just gonna pop to the
also
toilet.
have created this Satan. And so they control in that way. And on that night, there's a lot of bloodshed, and there are sacrifices made to Satan. There is a person who plays the part of this in this high council that has to do with this high council. He's not on the high council, but he has to do with playing the part of Satan. He is a televangelist on TBN. He used to be, he filled in for a little while as a lead singer on Iron Butterfly many years ago, and he has long blonde hair.
What's his name?
At this point, I don't recall his name, and it just, I recognize his face. I saw it recently on TBN, and then this is his cover, or he is DID, and he plays this part, the great deceiver Satan, on that night, on Halloween, at this church. And that is what happens on Halloween. And I mean, what else I must say, what is going on with Halloween in this country? It's just becoming so popular. It is also to desensitize people to the whole thing, and even this backlash Christian movement that wants to call it the Harvest Festival. It does not realize that the Harvest Festival has to do with Druidic religion. And again, they are still doing the same thing and celebrating the Harvest Festival. That's what the Harvest Festival is about.
Are many of the so-called Christian rituals, because that's what they are, or festivals or ceremonies, are they actually, to most Christians, unknowing representations of these satanic rituals?
Yes, they are. One, for example, Christmas has to do with it's a time.
Could you imagine, for the people that lived through 1997, if the Hale-Bopp comet now, for people that don't know about this, the younger generation, it was in the sky for 18 months. Like, you could see it in the sky, a beautiful tail. It's what got me looking into the sky at night. Fucking hell, there'd be all sorts of shit now. They would be. Look at 3i Atlas. It was a mothership, but people were remote viewing it. They got square heads, they got things coming through the fingers. Fucking all sorts of insane shit. Gaia TV again promoting bullshit. Do not watch Gaia TV. Do not pay for Gaia TV. Gaia TV is bullshit. Like, I'm just putting it straight out there, right? Richard Doty has a new story every single week on that show. So you could just imagine what they'd say with Hale-Bopp. And we had the Heaven's Gate stuff. Oh, honestly, if you want reminding of that, like I said, the 1997 tape that I did, it's on my channel.
It comes right after the winter solstice.
Oh, welcome in, Skywatch. You're
which
late.
Is a satanic or a druidic celebration.
Too busy sharing Iran stuff, aren't you? I think he's dead, you know.
It has to do, there's a day in there called that day, which is not a day. It has to do with the killing of the old king and the birth of the new king, which is a druidic day. On the 24th or the 25th at midnight, there is a ceremony that's specifically for children, and it's called the last bulb on the tree.
Where does that come from?
That is something that's used with children. It's part of programming them into the whole thing. And there were things that would happen to the child that hung the last bulb on the tree on Christmas Eve, as it was a common practice to decorate the tree on Christmas Eve, and the tree in itself is a phallic symbol, and it's paganistic. Christmas is based on a pagan day, and back to Roman times, and Christians have given it, they think they have given it Christian meaning, and it means something else, and it does not. But there is the case with the last bulb on the tree that has something to do with what happened to this little girl, John Bonet.
John Benet Ramsey.
Yes, John Benet Ramsey. And this occurred on this night because of the day it has to do with. It comes right after the winter solstice, which is a satanic or a druidic celebration. It has to do, there's a day in there called that day which is not a day. It has to do with the killing of the old king and the birth of the new king, which is a druidic day. On the 24th or the 25th at midnight, there is a ceremony that's specifically for children, and it's called the last bulb on the tree.
I like what you said there. No one can bullshit this for so long coherently. That's good. What I will say is, though, I can talk like this for 2 hours on something I've researched extensively, and it would look like I know everything about it. It just depends on your research. This woman actually looks like she's numb, as one of the people commented, which is a really good word. She just looks numb. She looks like she's like, this is what's fucking going on. She looks like someone that's been beat up and fucking dragged down through childhood and stuff like that, and she's like a robot now. She's like a shell of what a human person should be. Totally agree with that. And for people that are worried that I'll keep stopping, tomorrow night I'm uploading the full interview without my watch along, so don't worry, you're going to get this as well. So, and it'll be in the archive section for the old, the rare footages. But totally agree with you.
Where does that come from?
That is something that's used with children. It's part of programming them into the whole thing. And there were things that would happen to the child that hung the last bulb on the tree on Christmas Eve, as it was a common practice to decorate the tree on Christmas Eve, and the tree in itself is a phallic symbol, and it's paganistic. Christmas is based on pagan day, and back to Roman times, and Christians have given it.
Oh, just some breaking news, by the way. I might have nailed in Eamon Hillman for a live interview on my channel.
They think they have given it a Christian meaning, and it means something else, and it does not. But there is the case with the last bulb on the tree that has something to do with what happened to this little girl, John Bonet.
John Benet Ramsey.
Yes, John Benet Ramsey. And this occurred on this night because of the day it has to do with, and the ceremony that it has to do with. And there were rituals done on that night to these little children. So that is totally tied into it.
I have heard that Jean Bonnet's name is relevant to the rituals. Do you know anything about that?
John Bay. John Bay is a satanic deity or Satan. John Bay is a name for Satan. And that name is just closely tied in. It's so close, and I don't understand why it hasn't come out, and that I know of, it hasn't been talked about. But that is why she was killed on the day that she was killed, and her family, as far as I'm concerned, her family is involved in this, and that there's always a price to be involved in it. She was the price. This little girl lost her life.
Can we talk about some of the famous names that people around the world would know who, in your experience, have taken part in these rituals that you've conducted? You say you've conducted them in Europe and the United States. Can we start with the United States?
Yes, I have seen at rituals, I have seen George Bush, I have seen Madeleine Albright, I have seen Henry Kissinger, I have seen Ronald Reagan, and I have also, by the way, seen his wife, Nancy Reagan. I have seen Hillary Clinton before I knew she was Hillary Clinton at the time.
Just going to pause it. I'm just going to go back 10 seconds because what we're seeing at the minute with Hillary Clinton, and we've got a potential scream video where she's going to be shown as being eccentric and screaming at certain things she's been asked in this recent testifying thing. Let's just re-listen to this, what she says, and see if in 1999 we can sort of get some evidence for 2026.
Your experience of taking part in these rituals that you've conducted. You say you've conducted them in Europe and the United States. Can we start with the United States?
Yes, I have seen at rituals, I have seen George Bush, I have seen Madeleine Albright, I have seen Henry Kissinger, I have seen Ronald Reagan, and I have also, by the way, seen his wife, Nancy Reagan. I have seen Hillary Clinton before I knew she was Hillary Clinton at the time at these rituals. She is involved. The other people that I have named and are, as I have seen shapeshift into reptilians. I have not seen Hillary.
So what do you think of that list of people she's just named there? Ronald Reagan, Nancy Reagan, I don't know the other person she named, that woman. Hillary Clinton before she knew as Hillary Clinton. Who was the other person they said? There was another, I can't remember the name, but... Kissinger.
Hillary Clinton actually shapeshift, but she...
What? Let me just listen to that a second again. Back again.
Shapeshift into reptilians. I have not seen Hillary Clinton actually shapeshift.
And they don't shapeshift. They take the veil off and you can see them. Basically what it is. So they don't actually shapeshift. They portray what they want you to see. So if I want you to see Matt, you're seeing me. I take the veil from you, you can see me as the reptilian that I am.
But she is involved. I have seen the two sons when they were young, the two sons of George Bush present at these rituals.
Are these the sons that have become governors?
Yes, one is in Florida and one is in Texas. I have seen, did I mention J. Rockefeller? And he shapeshifts.
Commander Zaha, I know you are now. You're the person off TikTok, the lady off TikTok that I was speaking to. We're going to have a chat. We'll have a chat. We'll do an interview. You can get your full story out there. You can do it live if you want, or you can do it pre-recorded on my channel. We'll sort that out. Text me a day that you're available.
I've seen George Deukmejian and Ronald Reagan again, having been governor in California. There have been people such as Newt Gingrich. I saw, and I didn't know at the time that he was Newt Gingrich. I recognized that he was Newt Gingrich when Clinton came into power, and after he was, Newt Gingrich was then elected Speaker of the House. And I was horrified to realize that this man was also there. All of this has
Matt, please run that one more time. Which bit? Which one do you want me to... You want to clip it, don't you? You want to clip it for your ex, and because you're my mod, I'm going to do it for you. So it was about 1:32 when they talk about it. So if you're going to screen record it, people, you want to do it for your channels, I'm there to help you. Here we go.
Do you know anything about that?
John Bay. John Bay is a satanic deity or Satan. John Bay is a name for Satan. And that that name is just
Think.
closely tied in. It's so close, and I don't understand why it hasn't come out, and that I know of, it hasn't been talked about. But that is why she was killed on the day that she was killed.
Hold on, I don't need to replay it. Just scroll back on my live and you'll be able to watch that part again. I don't need to do that for you. You just made me piss everyone off. But yeah, you can, if you scroll back on, as long as you've been on the live since it's been, you can scroll back to that part. Go to around 132, 33. You should get to Hillary Clinton part if that's what you're after, pal.
And
but I will play it from here now.
her family, as far as I'm concerned, her family is involved in this, and that there's always a price to be involved in it. She was the price. This little girl lost her life.
Can we talk about some of the famous names that people around the world would know who, in your experience, have taken part in these rituals that you've conducted? You say you've conducted them in Europe and the United States. Can we start with the United States?
Yes, I have seen at rituals, I have seen George Bush, I have seen Madeleine Albright, I have seen Henry Kissinger, I have seen Ronald Reagan, and I have also, by the way, seen his wife, Nancy Reagan. I have seen Hillary Clinton before I knew she was Hillary Clinton at the time at these rituals. She is involved. The other people that I have named and are, as I have seen shapeshift into reptilians. I have not seen Hillary Clinton actually shapeshift, but she is involved. I have seen the two sons when they were young, the two sons of George Bush present at these rituals.
Are these the sons that have become governors?
Yes, one is in Florida and one is in Texas.
I just fucked up your clip. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'll tell you what, I'll fuck it up some more. Skywatch signal? Fuck you. I'm joking. You can scroll back a little bit, unless that's what you mean, but listen, we'll sort it out. I'll send you the clip myself if I need to.
Texas. I have seen, did I mention J. Rockefeller? And he shapeshifts. I've seen George Deukmejian and Ronald Reagan again, having been governor in California. There have been people such as Newt Gingrich. I saw, and I didn't know at the time that he was Newt Gingrich. I recognized that he was Newt Gingrich when Clinton came into power, and after he was, Newt Gingrich was then elected Speaker of the House. And I was horrified to realize that this man was also...
Yeah, I like Stefan Burns. I'd like to have a chat with Stefan Burns. If anybody knows Stefan Burns and can introduce me to him, that would help me.
There, all of this has affected me to the point I don't vote. All of these people seem to all be connected.
So the video with Kaz Clark, I clipped it to about I clipped about 2 hours out of it. That first 2 hours, if you was throughout that live, it is all in our memory, and that is where it's staying. I clipped it to the part where Kaz started speaking and the end bit, because that first hour and a half, it just didn't do any good for my channel. If you was to join my channel and think, I'm going to click on this live, see what Matt's talking about, and you just see me threatening people I'm going to fill you in. They're saying all this, pissed up, getting more drunk as I was going along, because, you know, the live was supposed to start when I started, and it didn't start until 2 hours later nearly when we got to the part. So along stuff, for people that didn't see it, I was getting drunk, people were coming in pissing me off, I was threatening them. So I thought, I need to take that out. I need to take it out of the live. It's not funny. It's not me. I'm not an angry man. But I don't do well with trolls, and I always bite. I swear to God, I'm like a little maggot with a hook. I'm like, give me that fucking thing. So I need to stop doing that. So yeah, I've clipped it to make it a bit more professional. It just starts where it should do, right? Where it should have done at the beginning. Blame Kaz Clark. But Kaz is she's promised me an interview. We're going to go through from the beginning to the end, everything. So it's going to be fine. And it's going to be live. Some of it's going to be live, so you can come up or you can just ask your questions, stuff like that, whatever you want to do. Yeah. I need to stop threatening people when I've had a drink. But they deserve it. Some people.
To the Illuminati. And I don't feel like being part of having anything to do with them.
Presidents like Carter and Ford and Clinton.
I've seen Ford there.
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford, yes.
Are they all reptilian bloodlines?
I haven't seen Carter shapeshift.
You've seen him at rituals, have you?
Yes. Gerald Ford, I have seen shapeshift. And Johnson, also.
Lyndon Johnson.
Lyndon Johnson. Also, Dr. Joseph Mengele, who took me around to these rituals a lot of the time, was also a shapeshifter. And there were also people that there are people in the European countries that I've seen shapeshift and be involved. And this it doesn't surprise me any more than it does the people in this country doing it. Is just for some reason more shocking, and it cuts even deeper, because I've seen the Queen Mother there, and I have seen the Queen there. I've seen Princess Margaret there. I've seen Charles there, and they shapeshift.
It's insane, man. The royal family, this conspiracy with the royal family is insane. I'm not a massive royal family thing. I don't think we need the royal family. It's just this old-fashioned thing. Why are they still there to this day? This is what really winds me up. They do absolutely nothing for this country. Keir Starmer ruins this country. This is what we're looking at now. Well, it's not just Keir Starmer. Every it's been going on for decades. We just vote in another knobhead. That is all we ever do, and that's all we ever do. It's the United States, the red and the blue. The UK, the red and the blue. The democrats. That's what I call them, the democrats.
And I have seen this. I'm not coming up with his name right now, but he was president in France after de Gaulle. He was there. I've seen him there. I've seen the Rothschilds there. I used to see the Rothschild that lived in England there, but the one that's...
It really is a stage. The planet really is a stage. You can see it now. You can really see it, and you understand why Hollywood was full of all this shit. Putting people on pedestals, but like being paedophiles to them and stuff like that. It's insane. And for the people moaning I'm talking, this is going to be uploaded in full without me tomorrow, Sunday night, so you can watch it in its entirety. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy the night. It's a watch along. We're getting drunk. We're having fun, right? Well, I am.
Still goes there and is a shapeshifter. Guy de Rothschild, Baron Guy de Rothschild, has been to all of these rituals and has been over in this country under the name of Dr. Barrington. and tried to program me, and has impregnated me several times with eggs that were taken from me years ago and were impregnated with semen from Pindar and then placed back into my uterus. This has happened to me twice.
Sorry, what's a Pindar? Leave that. What's a Pindar? Am I looking at that right? What's a Pindar? I think there's something going on, but I don't believe her. I think there's... The thing is, Kyle, though, you're saying you don't believe her. This isn't just one person telling the story. If this was just one person, you won't listen to it. This is multiple people talking about things like this. And as someone that's got like quite a big channel on TikTok, I've had people reaching out to me that have gone through childhood trauma of things like this. So this isn't, and they don't want to speak about it. So there's something going on in the background. What's a fucking Pindar? Help me out, people. Have I spelled that right? Let me look at go back a second.
Goes there and is a shapeshifter. Guy de Rothschild, Baron Guy de Rothschild, has been to all of these rituals and has been over in this country under the name of Dr. Barrington and tried to program me and has impregnated me several times with eggs that were taken from me years ago and were impregnated with semen from Pindar. And then...
What's a Pindar? Pindar semen. I can't believe I'm fucking Googling this. Pindar context was Pindar, goober, peanut. Sorry, folks, you're going to have to help me out with that. I don't know what a Pindar is. An alien porn is. But the thing is, like Kyle says, he don't believe it, but you know, this is happening. Epstein, you know about the Epstein stuff, that's real. These children are, and these children, not all these children die or get fucking done for organs and whatever you want. Some of them do survive, end up in other things, and they do try and tell the stories, and they don't get believed. This could potentially be one of those little children that's grown up to a lady now that's not being believed. And this was back in 1999. We've got people now speaking up and going against these people. So yeah, you need to, I don't know. Again, it's levels of research and where you're researching. You could have researched 27 years on the UFO topic and been at one area of it, or you can been researching for 27 years and covered multiple angles. Some people get stuck in one area and they can't move. I'm not like that. I'm not scared to say, you know what, I wasted many years on that, and I should have been looking at this side. One thing I wish I'd looked at more when I was younger is the religious side of things, because I think there is a connection there. But I always thought religion was bullshit, and I'm not too fucking proud to say that I was wrong. I think there is a connection with religion.
Placed back into my uterus. This has happened to me twice. Once at age 39, and this year, right before I turned 43. And I had told my therapist...
190 people, and if you could please hit that thumbs up, that really does help the video. If you're not a subscriber, please consider it. I do get drunk, I do lives, I am as honest as it can be. If we can make this channel grow, you've got the People's Channel, and I'm here for you. If you've got a story, come on my channel and we'll have a discussion and we'll get your story out there. This is the People's Channel.
Ahead of time, before I ever could have known that this had been done to me. And it's happened at a certain place in where I have been living in the San Fernando Valley. It's happened at a house on Tyrone Street in Sherman Oaks. And my understanding is that there have been other survivors that have talked about this location as having been involved with programming and so on. And Baron Guy de Rothschild has tried to program me. All these years he has been trying to control me, get me back under control. And the Marquis de Libero is someone else that attends all of these functions and is, since he is the one in power, he attends all these functions. I have seen Tony Blair there, and he shapeshifts. I have seen Prince Philip there. They all have their quirks as to how they act, even in their reptilian form. And they all, they act. They don't act all like robots, but they have their quirks. They have their so-called personalities, but they are all cold-blooded. They would kill at the drop of a hat. I have even, since I've seen a picture of some people that I heard talk.
Speaking, as I've seen something about the French there, blame the French Revolution. I heard 48 hours before President Trump decided to bomb Iran that President Macron surrendered.
Talking about this subject, I've seen them. When I've seen their pictures, I recognize them. I did a double take a few weeks ago when I saw again someone who's been talking about.
Right, yeah, I'm not too one of those. If you want to follow people, if you want to advertise your platforms in my chat, please do that. UAP Watchers, Sky Signal, if you want to advertise your channel, you've got my permission to advertise it once right now in there. Leave a gap, let people do it in between. Yeah, please use it for your own purpose. As long as you come and support me as well, that's all that matters.
Around this subject, and it seems to be popular right now.
Who's that?
This man by the last name of Sitchin. I've seen at rituals, and he is a shapeshifter. And I did a double take when I saw the picture of him, because I recognize him. And there's another person that I've seen, this Gardner, Sir Gardner.
That Lawrence Gardner?
Sir Lawrence Gardner. And he had recently written an article that was out in Nexus magazine. Part of it was about the minstrel blood, and what really triggered me was when he called it Starfire, because that is the name of one of the aspects of the three women who are the dressed mother goddess. That is my name in all of this.
Does she not remind you of Princess Diana? The way she is, just the way, sort of, she's got that little elegant look about her, but like the way she speaks, she's softly spoken. She just reminds me a little bit of Princess Diana. She's got that look and that sound.
So, this man I have seen, he has lots of power within this sect, Reptilians, and he's someone that you would want to watch out for outside of.
Just some quick breaking news. I've won one of my bet. That's my second football bet I've won today, and I've got another one that's coming in, which is a third. If you'd like to know what bets I'm doing, comment, and I'll comment what I'm doing.
This too, as is this Sitchin person.
What do you remember about Zachariah Sitchin?
Zachariah Sitchin was someone in the rituals who are a castle in the Alsace-Lorraine region of France, and I believe it's in the Alsace region that he uses, and there are certain rituals done at that castle down in the dungeon part of that castle, and there's an entrance down there to underground places in the earth, and there is a natural formation of rocks that kind of glow green, and they keep menstrual blood in that formation, and this green glowing from these rocks actually turns the blood a darker color, and it's called black blood, and it's used in certain rituals. But there are also
Do you think this black blood only came to mind the other day when I heard it again? This is connected to. Do you remember? Who was that guy that died? Max Spellman. What it was called? I can't fucking remember. On a brain fart here because I've had a fucking too many whiskies. Max. Where he had black goo coming from his mouth and stuff like that. Do you think this could be some like ritual thing that's coming from the...
They keep small... There are
black goo, yeah. So is black goo, do you think it's connected to the black blood?
Smaller, less developed little...
Max Spears.
Reptilians that are kept down there. They're kind of pets. But one other thing that's also down there, there are eggs. It's like a nest of eggs kept down in that part where it's warm. It's very warm down there into this entrance, and these eggs are kept down there incubating, and they are the reptiles' eggs, and that's where they keep them.
What are your memories of conducting the rituals?
Sorry, I always like to do breaking news. We have Fox News breaking: Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei confirmed dead after Israeli strike. So I think it'd be nice for Ayatollah if I was to have a little drink in his honour. You are now with your virgin goats, you fucking goat shagger. Rest in fucking pieces, you piece of shit. And as we were.
For the royal family, what happened? What were they doing?
One thing that sticks out in my mind is that there was before. This was back in the late 70s. This was before Charles was married to Diana. He was involved with Kamala Parker Bowles, and she does not shapeshift, but she became pregnant by Charles, and she produced a baby, and this baby was presented at the ritual and killed, and that is the price, the firstborn between these two, and eventually these two will marry, and that is the price that is to be paid, the sacrifice of the firstborn between a union of these two people. And I've seen that there. Something else that sticks out in my mind.
Do we have any rhesus negative people in the chat? Because I did a video on my TikTok probably close to 2 years ago, and it went viral. It was in the millions of views, and 99% of the comments were from women, and that's because I don't know what my blood type is, and most of the men in this chat won't know what their blood type is unless you've had some sort of significant injury and you've had to have like a blood transfusion or something like that. But women do, because they give birth and stuff like that, so women will know their blood type. And what we've found out is, I created a WhatsApp group, and I added all these women to it, right? It seems like a dream, right? But I ended up leaving it after a week and leaving them to it. I don't know what happened to that group or anything like that. But they were sharing experiences. Their eyes were morphing. They had more static electricity. So you touch things, you get more electric shocks and stuff like that. insane stories that these women was having, and there was no men. There was the odd man that would message me going, "Can I join your WhatsApp group? I just want to see." I was like, "Yeah, you're a serial masturbator. You ain't getting in that group, mate." I could just tell you're already part of the fucking Epstein list before the Epstein list even was a fucking thing. So I kept it as it was a woman safe thing. I created a few admins and I left the group, but I'd love to know what went on, because these women started to argue amongst themselves, and I was noticing it and thinking, it's like they're having a trade-off of superpowers. It's insane what these women were doing. So if you are rhesus negative, if you're not on my TikTok, go to my TikTok, type in UFOs around the world, rhesus negative, go to the most viewed video on that, and look at the comments and try and interact with some of the women on them comments and see if anything interacts. Or if you want a private DM me, maybe now I'm on YouTube as well, we can do a YouTube video and I could do a rhesus negative stream and get people up and get their experiences, because there's definitely a pattern that there is a phenomena where people have more psychic abilities, you're more chance of getting electric shocks and stuff like that, because I think there's a copper in your stuff. You're basically like an antenna. You're more of an antenna. See yourself as like a radio transmitter. This is what these rhesus negative people are experiencing and stuff like that. It's insane.
Is that it was sometime, it was around the late 80s that I saw a very kind of dark man he was Arabic. It seemed to be Arabic or Egyptian, and I heard the name Fayed being mentioned, and
So funny I mentioned Diana. Now this is the part we watched in the live the other day where he mentions about Dodi Al-Fayed and Princess Diana. This is 1999, so it's 2 years after the death, again, from the magnificent 1997 year. I'm going to advertise that 1997 video that I did. You need to watch it, because if you lived it, you don't understand how good that year was until you go and look back at it.
Queen Mother was there, and I called her the Black Queen. And she and he were talking very seriously and at some length about a subject. They were mentioning Diana, and they were mentioning his son, Dodi. And at the time...
You can't use the word weirdos in here. That's Josh Polarity's word. My boy, the Australian gypsy, because he's travelling everywhere. He's going to be in Vietnam soon, the boy. We need a name for us. So we've got the weirdos over at Polarity. Are we the Gimps? Should we call ourselves the Gimps or something? I don't know. You decide what you want to be known as.
I didn't know who Dodi was. I knew who Diana was. I never saw her at any rituals.
Where did this conversation take place?
This took place at Balmoral Castle.
Hey, it's all right, man. I love Josh. Me and Josh get on. We're doing a live chat soon, but it's because he's a bit of a gypsy at the minute. He's sleeping everywhere. We're supposed to do it in December. I didn't get round to it. I'm trying to build my YouTube. I want to build my YouTube channel a bit bigger. He's like smashed it, and I think he smashed it through his lives. I'm trying to take a leaf off his YouTube and try and do lives like him. We're at different corners of the world, so I don't overlap and I don't step on his toes. He don't step on mine. But we cover very similar things, and we've got very similar attitudes. And I think when we do actually do a collab, it's going to be an insane collab, because we're going to go through fucking everything.
And I heard them talking about a marriage between these two, and I thought at the time, well, she's married to Charles.
There we have it. UFO pervs. We're not having it that. We're going to be called the Probers. Welcome in, Probers. Is that what we should call ourselves? The Probers. I'm not crying. I've got conjunctivitis, and I'm winging it. It's like I'm getting emotional over every comment. Honestly, if it wasn't for the whiskey, I'd be asleep now, like fucking crying.
Can there be a marriage where she's married to Charles?
I can't stand the constant interruptions with the empty. But listen, I've told you, this is a watch along where interacting, we're having a laugh and stuff like that. But the full entire interview, Paul Wagstaff 686, is going to be uploaded tomorrow night, so you can watch it in its entirety without my boring voice. But it is a watch along, and the clue is when you're talking and stuff like that. I'm going to be nice to you tonight. I'm not going to threaten you. as I was the other stuff like I'm a changed man. I'm a changed man. But yeah, everything that I do a watch along to, I'm going to upload the following day, so you can watch it in its entirety without any interruptions.
I didn't understand why the Queen Mother and this person that I now know to be Dodi Fayed's, because I heard Fayed, Muhammad al-Fayed, talking, and I'd seen them together at, I saw them at Balmoral Castle. I overheard the conversation at Balmoral, but I'd seen them also at...
No, I have to reply one more. When people come in and they say things like this, I could not be that person that goes into someone live going, oh, he just wants to talk something. I would use my brain and I would just type in this interview and go and watch it. Because it's there. We're watching it now on someone else's channel that's uploaded it. So you can go and do that. You don't have to come in my live and say that I'm wrong for doing this. It's just Remploy behaviour. It's like, you're the problem. You've got the issues. Now I'm going to stop because I'm getting angry again. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Mothers of Darkness Chateau in Brussels, and they were talking about a union between Diana and his son Dodi back in the late 80s, and I did not understand at that time, because I understood Diana to be married to Charles. I knew that she was married to Charles, and they had 2 children, and they were about to have another. And the Queen Mother, all I could pick up was that for some reason that there was a malevolence towards Diana. And Diana I had never seen at a ritual. I wondered what she knew about all of this.
What have you seen the royal family do, the Queen Mother, and the other people you've seen in the rituals? What have you seen them do?
I've seen all of them drink human blood and consume human flesh, and they have their own goblets in which they have blood, and these goblets are encrusted with jewels, and they also have their own daggers, and that the dagger goes into the goblet. And
yeah, I like hearing people's takes and interviews. I'm the same. If I'm watching someone live, I know they're going to stop and they're going to interrupt. If I'm watching Josh, for example, on Polarity, he doesn't just watch the entire thing and he'll stop and he'll talk. There's a difference, though. He'll talk maybe differently to me, so that he's Australian. I'm from Manchester. You're going to get different personalities, but we're getting to the same thing. I've researched long enough, a lot longer than Josh, to be fair. I'm older than Josh, where I've got a say in it and I have an opinion. But like I said, I'm going to make a promise to people that I will upload the full video tomorrow. It's already downloaded, ready to upload into the archive, so you can watch it free without any voiceover. But then if you want to come back to things and you want to have a little conversation with, this is the live for that. We want to talk about it. So every watch along, the day after, the following night, the full video will be uploaded for people. So don't worry about it. So you don't have to be rude coming in, because it is rude to come in and say to someone who's speaking on a live the constant thing, what do you want me to do? Just sit here like that? I might as well just fucking upload it, you daft cunt. I'm getting angry again. I need to stop.
They stir...
Just mute the microphone, Matt.
The blood around with it, and it's also a... what it is, it's a symbol of the phallus going into the vagina, and when they're doing this. And I've seen them do this, and some of them have even, like the Queen Mother.
Don't you fucking said it. I'm going to mute you. I swear to God, you're muted now. Where is he? I'm putting him in timeout for 10 seconds. You've got a 10-second timeout, Skywatch. You can't believe he said that really shit joke.
there I saw with, she had her own little, it would, like almost, it's between a very
10 seconds to
elaborate
learn his
ornate
lesson.
chair or a throne kind of thing brought in for her to sit. And because before these rituals actually start, there is a kind of people move around the room and talk, or recognize one another. It's a formal kind of a ritualistic setup, the way they talk. And
that's as bad as my joke. I was going to tell you all a gay joke, but fuck it.
the way they're introduced, they introduce
Gay jokes aren't funny. Come on, guys.
each other. It's like a court.
What are they wearing?
They're wearing robes. They're not wearing anything underneath the robes. And the robes are very ornate. They all have, the one thing in common they have is they have a red color like blood, and some of them have purple. And they have gold kinds of lines running through them. They have the Merovingian symbol of France, the fleur-de-lis.
Skywatch told a really bad joke. It's an old joke about Princess Diana. And he got a 10-second mute. And he's
There are jewels that are sewn in at certain points on these robes. And they wear these robes, but they don't wear anything underneath the robes, because what is going to happen, what the rituals are all about, they're going to shape-shift, and they can't have anything on under the robes. And there are orgy kind of things that go on at the rituals also. And
Involving the royal family of Britain?
Yes, involving the royal family of Britain, and the sacrifice and the eating.
People in Britain, listening to what you're saying, would obviously be staggered, I guess anywhere in the world, but what would stagger them mostly is, in Britain, the Queen Mother has an image of being the nation's grandmother. The nice old lady, and good old Queen Mum, what a lovely lady.
Trump's flexing. Trump's just announced he's dead. Let me see if that is true. If that's breaking news, and we want breaking news right as we're watching this. So Trump.
Of the United States. Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press, is joining us now. Kristen, you just got off the phone with the President of the United States, and he talked to you about Khamenei and the possibility that he may have been killed in strikes. What did he tell you?
First off, how big is her nose? Wow.
This was an extraordinary 3-minute conversation, Yasmin. Let me read you the key takeaways. I asked President Trump
On his Truth Social. "19 minutes ago. Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only just for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, There was not a thing he or the other leaders that had been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of the IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that. Not only the death of Khomeini, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and either obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, I shouldn't be laughing, but I've had a drink, fuck it, and I'm from Manchester, don't give a shit. However, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objectives. Basically, we're just going to keep bombing the fuck out of you anyway, like, throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's fucking legendary, this guy. You know, I'm not a massive Donald Trump fan, but he's just funny as fuck, man. It's just, he's dead. Dilly dilly. There we go. He's brown bread. So the Iranian people can get the... Remember, this bastard killed 40,000 people, and we witnessed it on X. You're all on X. You've seen the videos. If you didn't see the videos, go on X and look at last week, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, these people being massacred by this bastard. These women are liberated now. These women have a voice now. These women can take the veils off and they can do things now. Right, back to the video.
What's your experience of the Queen Mother?
She is very cold in reality, and she is very cruel, and she is very different than she comes across to the public. She's cold-blooded. If she feels that you are someone beneath her, even in the Illuminati, that you're at her equal or your station is above her, she will not speak to you, she will not recognize you. She obviously, from what I see, enjoys consuming human flesh. It's sickening. The one person that she seems to be afraid of is Pindar.
People would also look at the Queen Mother's elderly, frail stature. And
we didn't find out what Pindar is. Kyle, you're in the chat. What's Pindar? She said before that she was inseminated with Pindar semen or something like that. What is Pindar? Because there's a rabbit hole there. Now release the UFO files. If I offended you before by laughing at the Ayatollah being assassinated, stuff like that, just leave the live, because I ain't apologising. This is a channel, this is the people's channel, the people that want their voices to be heard. This is the channel, and I want my own voice to be heard as well. That's the most important thing. I will never be bought, I'll never be silenced, and this is my channel.
Find it very difficult to see her taking part in rituals and doing anything, if you like, active.
And it's your channel.
Do they go into a different state in terms of age and strength and all these other attributes when they actually...
So I've got to read the comment here. Kyle's just put a belt here. The IRC commander said they haven't launched their good stuff. What good stuff? Like the Catherine wheels? Or the fucking, the Roman Catholic fireworks? They're not going to do anything. Khomeini's dead. They do not want to fight. There is not going to be any more escalation. This is what I said earlier on. When I did my video on TikTok, people were calling me a liar, saying it's not confirmed. No, it's not confirmed, but the rumours were strong that he was dead, right? So it's been confirmed, basically, now he's dead. That is why we got missiles thrown all around Middle East, Abu Dhabi, all these things that was hitting, because when he dies, he said it would just go nuts. That's the nuts. That was the worst they could do. They ain't going to do any worse than that. What the concern was China and Russia. And China and Russia don't give a shit. They're not going to do anything. Russia can't even take over Ukraine, which is like me walking into a corner shop with 1,000 men and not being able to take over that guy's fucking shop. They're not being able to do it because the UK and the Americans and the rest of the people have been helping them with the weaponry. and we're getting money for that to upgrade our weaponry. I don't think the UK is stupid, by the way. There's a reason we've got a really small military at the minute. It's because our Air Force and our other technology, like our laser weapons, are insanely good. And with a lot of these things that the United States have been doing, these catching Osama bin Laden, you know, going through the decades, it couldn't have been done without the British intelligence. That's why they're hand in hand. The intelligence wouldn't surprise me if it came from Britain. Why they got Atola would not surprise me whatsoever. It wouldn't have been Israel. It would have been the UK that they got the information on that, and that's why the UK was involved in it. They're very smart, the UK. Listen, the UK do not speak about the UFO topic at all, but they're very balls deep into it. There's no secrets leaks from the UK. We are too sophisticated on intelligence and keeping secrets. We're the best in the world. Fact. That's the reason the United States want us by their side. You've got the brawn, and we've got the brains. That's why it works so well.
Actually shapeshift.
Yes, the human body that they choose to occupy or take when it was young, it ages, but when they take the reptilian form, these reptilians live hundreds of years. And so they have to have taken more than one human body to live in. A lot of them are much, much older, and
This is interesting because it takes you to Bob Lazar. He said we're containers. Maybe they can take over our containers. And if you're looking at the new movie that's coming out, Disclosure Day, you see the pupils change. Maybe there's something that can take over our body at any given moment.
including the Queen Mother in this, and older than...
The Queen Mother's been mentioned a lot in this interview.
Then people think that she is. She's been in more than one body, human form. And when the time comes, if it is time for her to go on, and it has been chosen that she still has, it's known that she still has life or years to go, again, she will be put into the body, the essence of her, and the reptilian form will go, or the essence of her will go into another body that is also has the ability to shapeshift into reptilian form.
One of the pure reptilian human bloodlines.
Yes.
What happens when...
So we've got about 55 minutes of this interview left. Like I said, for people that are worried that I'm interrupting and stuff like that and conversing, it's going to be uploaded in its entirety tomorrow. So you're going to get to watch it on a Sunday with your Sunday dinner, whatever, if you want to watch it like that. But there is a lot of mentions at the minute with the royal family and the reptilian stuff, and the Queen Mother, which lived, I think she lived to 101 years old. The Queen lived to 90 odd years old. Her husband lived to, was it 80, late 80s, early 90s as well. They live long time.
Take the Queen Mother as an example. What happens when they shapeshift? I mean, what do you see?
Right, what's a Pindar? The title Pindar is said to short for Pinnacle of the Draco Grok 3. Instead of the probers, can we be Pindar? Oh, none of these have a fucking clue, do you? You absolute Pindar penis of the Draco. What the fuck? Are you... I've got the worst fucking subscribers ever. Absolutely, I've got the demented stuff. I've got like the bottom of the barrel. It's like, you know what? We'll give these people to UFOs around the world. I want Pindar fucking answer right now. I'm not having that. That is fucking penis of the dragon. Or is it penis of the dragon? Is Kyle right? Do I need to apologise? Because I will do a public video if it is penis of the dragon. But at the minute, it seems like I've got the absolute empty heads of the YouTube world, and I'm happy with that, and I will support you through that. But when I'm sober, I might not.
You start to see changes happen, and they're happening so fast that it's almost it's the closest thing that I've seen to it is what they're now doing with computer technology. It's just a literal transformation that happens very quickly, and they get taller and they get bigger, and they don't look at all as reptilians like they do as humans.
Okay, or I apologise, and it looks like it is deliberate, provocative. Alternative interpretation given in sources is penis of the dragon, a dragon's penis. Read it and weep. Kyle sent the link. I'm not going to click that link, Kyle. You could set me up here. I'm going to play the video, but I will pin the link so people can come back to this at a later date. In fact, I can't pin it for whatever reason. I can't pin the Pindar. But okay, I believe you. The Pindar is the penis dragon, which would link into the reptilian stuff and things like that. Okay.
And thus the wearing of the robes, because if they were in clothes, the clothes would be torn apart.
So let's take the Queen Mother on this subject as an example. We recognize her as a frail old lady. What does she look like when she shapeshifts at these rituals?
She has, she looks like, the nose portion gets very much longer and it grows into kind of a snout.
We need a UFOs around the world group name. Like, you've got Polarity, he calls him the Weirdos. I want something that's better, it's funnier, and it fits with us. So please come up with something. Put it in the Discord if you want to do it. If you don't know what the Discord is, admins, drop it in the Discord link. We need a group name. We've got the Polarity Weirdos, and we want the UFOs around the world as. What are we going to be called?
Kind of thing. She has little fangs, and incisors as teeth, and there's a tongue. And they all seem to have this kind of tongue when they're in at this level. The tongue has a lot of long, hairy or pointed projections.
I am supposed to be interviewing Patrick from Vetted, actually. He agreed in December or it was November, just before his Psionics documentary's coming out, that I would interview him about that, because I'm interested in Psionics, so I'd be interested. Who'd be interested in me interviewing Patrick from Vetted? No, I'm not a massive... Let me reword that. I do like Vetted. I do like Patrick. I just think I can't learn anything from Patrick, if you know what I mean. But he has got a great channel, and people, if you want bite-sized stuff where he breaks stuff down, that's the channel for people. But I would like to speak to him on, because he's got off his arse and gone and done something with Psionics. I want to interview him on it.
Projections coming out of it. It's very long, and they have these. They don't have hands or feet. They have these claws, and they have scales, and also scales that seem to kind of disappear into one another.
I'll let you into a little secret. You know, if you go to the beginning of this thing, which was 2 hours and 18 minutes ago, right? You can see how much I let it play, and you can see. The longer I let it play, the more I drink and the more I interrupt. So you can slowly see me over the next 2 hours and 18 minutes get slowly more pissed, right? And that's the beauty of UFOs around the world. And we need something that fits that as a nickname. Okay. You're not going to see that anywhere else. A genuine guy that likes to have a drink and knows a hell of a lot about this fucking topic and interacts. And you know what? Not a single person has sent me a super chat, right? And I'm not offended. The fact is, you know why you don't send me a super chat? Because I go through it and I think everybody's probably had a response from it. And if you've not, just put it in the chat. Make sure you comment in the chat right now if I've not said anything so I can ignore you.
But it's more pronounced on the back. There seem to be lumps or protrusions coming from the head.
Right? Bombshell, right? He did a video the other day, to be fair, yesterday on, or was it today, on Lou Elizondo. He didn't expose anything. He basically just shared Kelly Chase's message and said it could be this, that and the other and stuff like that. He's not exposed. He does use Bombshell too much and stuff like that, and that's just his thing, and it's the way he does his thumbnails and things. Every single one of my thumbnails I deliver on. Always deliver on. Go through my thumbnails, I deliver on every single one of them. That's the main thing I stick to. It's clickbait, but I deliver on it. I always make sure I deliver on that thumbnail. But I can't argue. Listen, fucking Patrick's a great channel. He's got 100,000 followers nearly. Probably has now. Polarity is a fucking brilliant channel. Jesse Michaels, I'm going to put Polarity number one, simply because I think he's like me, and I don't think he's been I've got my suspicions about Jesse and stuff like that. I've got no suspicions about Polarity. No suspicions. And Polarity follows me, and he's followed me from a TikTok day. So, like on YouTube, I'm brand new, but on TikTok, I'm like 250,000 followers. It's like, and I prefer YouTube. I prefer my 10,000 followers on 10.5 thousand followers on YouTube than I do to my 250,000 followers on TikTok. Not because I don't like my TikTok followers, but because I don't like the platform. TikTok does not look after the creators. I would love to be able to move all my TikTok followers, all fucking 250,000 of them, to my YouTube channel. Like, it's just insane how one platform shits on you and the other platform. I'm enjoying this platform. I don't care if 100 people see this. I'm enjoying doing this live. I enjoy it, man. And you know what? I will get to 100,000 followers. I will get to 1 million followers eventually, because I will keep fucking going and plugging away, and I'll get better and better. What you see today, I'll be totally different next week, and next week after week, I'll just evolve. I don't give a shit. And I've got no team, and as I evolve, I will go through these as I'm doing it, and I will go through as many, and I'll get as many moderators and stuff like that. Fight Club, yes, the UFO Fight Club. Do you want a UFO Fight Club? Is that because I kick off with people in my life, like the troll fights or something like? Yeah, we need to get into Discord, and we need like a Discord club, Fight Club. Listen, because we believe in UFOs. I listen. If you're a troll, I will fuck you. No, I'm getting into it again.
There
Stop
seemed
it.
to be
You're winding me
some
up.
of growth appendages at where, on the back, and I'm
going to ask you a quick question right now. Me and Patrick from Vetted in a fight. Me and Jesse Michaels from American Alchemy in a fight. Who's winning that?
they seem folded, and not all of them have that. And there is a tail, and they a lot of times will keep the tail curled, and and I've seen her when she's very displeased with something, as I've seen other members like this. This tail is whipped around, very agitated, and they do.
Hey Phoenix, you're only 2 hours and 22 minutes late, you absolute wet wipe. Thank you for coming in. Has your missus allowed you to speak to me tonight? I'm only joking, I love you, bro. You know that.
And she hisses.
What colour are they?
Which one in particular?
Take the Queen Mother as an example.
She's kind of a beige color on the underside, around, very agitated, and they do, and she hisses.
What colour are they?
Which one in particular?
Take the Queen Mother as an example.
She's kind of a beige.
Yes, a physical fight.
Beige color.
Bear in mind, UFOs Around the World has done some boxing in his past.
On the underside.
I have a few daft cautions as well.
And by the time you're going up around to the back and the tail and the top of the head and on top of the nose, snout, whatever, it's coming to a very, they're dark speckles or large speckles of dark browns. And the eyes, usually, they're large, they look like, they're very round, and they look like they're coming out of their sockets, and very protruding, and usually the color ranges from a beige to a gold to a dark greenish gold, and then there's this dark slit up and down, a vertical slit, and and the eyes will look hooded, and when they look hooded, it's a very frightening thing, because it seems that when the eyes are hooded, they're about to do something.
What do you mean by hooded?
The lids come down, and like.
I had a joke about Patrick then. I'll give him that many laughs, that many lefts, he'll ask for a right. And we know he says right a lot.
it's almost
It's all love, by the way. I'm just having a joke. Listen, I'm a bit pissed. I've been on this live for 2.5 hours now, and I'm, you know. Yeah, I like to have a drink while I do some streaming sometimes.
I guess it would be the same thing in a human as an expression of someone's got an idea.
And how tall are they when they shapeshift?
They're just about 7 feet tall. Some are a little shorter, or to a foot shorter. Some are a little bit taller than 7 feet.
So what would the Queen and Prince Charles look like in their reptilian form?
Let me see if I've won my second bet.
As to height,
As to general appearance?
I have won my second bet. Check this out. 1 plus corner each team each half. 1 plus corner each team each half, and 2 plus corners each team each half. NEC, Fortuna Sittard, Atletico Madrid, Ovidio, and Inter and Genoa. I put £2.28 on that, wins 30 quid. The other one, £10 pays 45 quid. That's 1 plus corner each team, 1 plus corner each team, 1 plus corner each team. Inter game, Dortmund Bayern Munich game, Leeds United and Man City game. So I've won 75 quid off £10 or £12.28.
well, Charles resembles in both ways, in human form and in reptilian. He resembles Pindar. He's shorter though in reptilian form than Pindar, but the way that the reptilian, the nose shapes into the snout.
Since you're pissed, tell us a story of your grandfather's cassette tapes you've been trying to get. Dying to hear that story. Okay, first off, thank you. Great memory for remembering that. So, right, my granddad, John, he died in his 90s. He died just before COVID kicked in. I think COVID kicked in December and he died in the November, October, something like that. Just old age, Parkinson's and stuff like that. So he was a spiritualist and he would tell us stories. When I would speak about aliens, he would always say things to me. They're not aliens, they're dimensional beings. Always, they're dimensional beings, Matthew. They're dimensional beings, Matthew. And I'm like, so I remember, I'm a younger man at the time. And I'm thinking, right, what the fuck's he on about interdimensional beings and stuff like that? The fucking idiot. So he had these tapes, and he used to, from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and he would lend them to my dad, who was obsessed with this stuff. My dad was a Trekkie, so my dad was obsessed. He would bring them home. My dad would get pissed. My dad was a womanizer. He was an alcoholic. He was a cheat. He was the worst father you could imagine at that time, right? He regretted. He's dead now, right? He's dead. So he went through. We used to listen to the tapes, and I was a child. This is early 90s, and one of the tapes I remember listening to, it was this guy that was running. He was running, and then he was in the war and he was running, and then he didn't understand why nobody was shooting at him. And then what happened was he realised as he was running, he turned around, he realised, he went back, he was lay there dead. He'd basically been shot so quick, his body, his consciousness, soul, whatever, had carried on, and he was running with his gun, and he was wondering why no one's fucking shooting at me. And it was spoken through this spiritualist and stuff like that. Very, very famous British woman, I can't remember, Elsie, I think she was called Elsie something, the very thing. But we didn't think much of it. And then there's this one tape, and I really want to get my hands on it, and my Auntie Karen's got it. And I need to approach him because my granddad said he'd never give me the tapes because he knows what I'd do with them. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to play it live for people. And it's called Earth. And this tape is where this person is speaking through whatever I can't remember, I don't know what it is. It's just only what people have told me, my family members, my Uncle Stephen and stuff that have told me about this tape. It goes on about a link of planets, and Earth is at a weak stage of this planet. There's going to be a great flood that happens on this planet, and there's going to be a tremendous change on this planet, basically, and a lot of loss of lives, and it's due anytime now. And when I say anytime now, within the next 100 years, from when I heard it, from the 90s. So it's from the 90s, from the 70s, 80s, 90s to now. So from 1970 to 2070, that is when it's supposed to happen, this massive flood. And I need this tape. It's labelled Earth, and they won't give it me because they know what I'll do with it. And I can't lie to my family and say I'm not going to do it. I need to do it. But I'm going to try and get it. And it's something that I would always, I wouldn't argue my granddad, but in my head I'm thinking, what the fuck is my granddad talking about? He would always say, it's not aliens, Matthew. My name's Matt, but my Sunday name's Matthew. He'd say, it's not aliens, Matthew. It's dimensional beings. And I did not know at the time, speaking to him and stuff like that. Well, I did know, but I didn't take it serious. Why are you saying it's dimensional beings, granddad? You know, now I know why. I just wish he was here now to say sorry. And I wish I could have that time with him again. I fucked up. It's dimensional beings. He was right. And I'm there fucking thinking I'm better than him. And he's 90 odd years old. So yeah, it really winds me up. So yeah, we'll get that tape. Thank you for making me... I've already got fucking conjunctivitis and you made me fucking get teary-eyed. I'm fucking granddad.
At that point, and the jaw becomes the under part.
It's a true story. It's a true story, and I will get that tape for you, I promise you.
It's very much like Pindar, and his mother doesn't look quite the same as he does.
But what does the Queen look like?
The Queen, she's darker, not quite so pale. She's darker. All over, she doesn't have the amount of I would call it freckling. It's more like a gradual, like the skin is gradually getting darker. It's more smooth. And she does have the lumps up around her head and down.
So he was a spiritualist from the 1960s, so he went all around the world. Africa, he was in Africa, he did a lot of good work in Africa and stuff like that, in South Africa and stuff like that, North Africa, he did a lot of things, got chased by a rhino, had to climb up a tree. This is a true story. He had his own business, he was a spiritualist, he insane stories, and some of the stories now that you'd look back and think, wow, we dismissed it at the time, and now it's looking like it's a lot of truth and stuff in what he was saying. And my granddad's one of those people that was like, spade a spade, you know, he'll say, he's not one of them to bullshit, there's no reason to bullshit. It was really funny, he'll tell you a really funny joke and stuff like that. Not a rude joke, he'll make you laugh without being rude or anything like that. Whereas my dad would make you laugh being rude. My dad had no filter. My dad would... You think I'm funny sometimes and you think I have no filter? Fucking times that by 1,000,000, that's my dad. I had to understand that I could not be an alcoholic. I could not be a womanizer. I could not be a fucking woman beater and stuff like that. I had to understand all that. That's what I had to do with my dad. Fucking hell, I had a hard upbringing. But I forgive him, and that's the important thing. You got to forgive people in life and stuff like that. And I forgive my dad and stuff like that. And I think that makes you a strong person inside, and especially my granddad. Like, my granddad, why did you make that comment? Who the fuck made that comment, like, about my granddad? Where were you? Why have you remembered that? I'm going to get that tape for you. Because people obviously understand, but, you know, people have hard times and stuff, but I'm doing it. The only thing I can learn from my family is I can be a good dad. And I've made mistakes. I've made massive mistakes in my life. But I don't give a shit. I'll admit to that. People that don't admit to that, they're the people that are in the wrong. I've made mistakes. But you know what? All my kids love me. All my kids will say I'm a great dad. And that's all that matters to me.
Down the tail, the spine. Charles has the tails down around the spine, and funny enough, he has the the protrusions from the skull in the reptilian form, where about or above, right above where it seems like his ears would have been.
What is it about the rituals that allow the shape-shifting to happen?
When the victims are starting to be sacrificed, it's the scent of the blood.
You think you had it hard? My mum threw a boiling hot kettle on me when I was 2. Fucking hell. What do I do here? Do I show emotion, or do I just go back to revert to the humour that I built up as a defence mechanism? Go to the defence mechanism. Skywatch, you must have been one ugly baby.
And they start shape-shifting at that point in time, and they can hardly wait to get to...
Are you being serious? Did you try to like properly boil your fucking head with a kettle? Like your mum? Listen, we don't know what people have been through in life, right? But I don't fucking hell. I hate it when people tell me their stories, because I get emotional, because I feel it. It's like, yeah, I get emotional because I think, like, yeah, I know, I feel it, I know that, I know that, and it's like fucking... And it's not weak to cry, let me tell you. Men need to cry, men need to let it out, men need to not bottle it up. Too much suicide going on and stuff like that with men. But yeah, don't be afraid. This isn't crying, by the way. I've got a conjunctivitis. That's my excuse tonight. But men do need to talk more. Men do make mistakes in life. When you've got bad influences as a child, in your early days, you can make bad influence. You can make bad decisions and stuff, and that can live with you as an adult as you grow older and stuff like that. But you're a lot smarter to grow out of it. And that's what I think. Men they're an easy target.
To the blood, it's like they're addicted to the blood, and then the consumption of human flesh that follows.
What have you seen the Queen or any of the royal family do in relation to that? Have you seen them sacrifice and consume human flesh?
There are certain times when they will actually do a sacrifice, or there will have been someone doing a sacrifice, and it's not happening fast enough for them. So they will step in and finish it themselves, because the sacrifice the ritual has to be gone through. It's sacrificially, ritualistically, it has to have been gone through, and they will step right in and just start tearing the throat out, and they're getting all this blood from the jugular vein at the same time, and that has happened when there are many there that are going to be sacrificed, and they just can't wait, and tearing into the contents of the abdomen and stomach.
Hey, listen, it's alright, man. Fucking hard life and that, but you know what? It makes you stronger. It makes you a better person. You just got to learn. You just got to learn from it. That's all you got to do from it. But don't apologise. It's not your fault.
Of a victim afterwards.
Who have you seen do that?
I've seen the Queen Mother do that, and Prince Philip and Charles. I've seen Guy de Rothschild do this. It seems that I've seen it more among royalty, or so-called royalty, do this than people that are not titled. That they don't seem to. They seem like it feels like they don't dare, but they shapeshift nonetheless. But it's like the royals that step in and
No taxi for Skywatch. Skywatch is my bro, and he is a moderator.
just start tearing away as they can hardly wait.
How long can they hold the reptilian form in these occasions?
During the rituals, it's much easier for them to hold their reptilian form. They can stay in that form. What it is that they have a hard time holding their human form. And as long as they're around blood and the scent of blood, they can't hold human form.
Right. Where do you think the story of Diana fits into all this? In terms of the ritual that you know about and the royal family background that you know about. What was all that about? What happened in Paris?
Diana was a ritual sacrifice because she's named after a goddess, Diana. She was chosen from before birth for the purpose of which she served. I understand and very well and am very empathetic towards Diana, because in a way it parallels what happened to me, to have served your purpose, had 2 children, and then be tossed aside. And to her horror, though, she obviously never attending a ritual, she knew something was happening, and she knew what was going on and could not be trusted to be at a ritual anyways. I don't think that Diana would have attended a ritual. I don't think that they could get her to cooperate in this because she actually saw for herself that this was going on after she married Charles.
Was there any way, when Diana was married to Charles, without attending a blood ritual, that she could have seen him or one of the others become a reptile?
They have a tendency when they're asleep to shapeshift, and they have to consciously hold their form, and when they're asleep they have a tendency to not hold human form and to shapeshift into reptilians. And there could be other things that happen. You know, I'm thinking about the times that Diana would have gone through a menstrual period. Well, that would have also really triggered some of these people in the royal family that are reptilian around her to want to shapeshift, or any woman, any human woman in that household that would be having a period, that scent of blood would tend to cause a momentary shapeshift.
What was the whole, what appears to be a ceremony surrounding her assassination? What was that about? The rumours that she was pregnant, the Egyptian Dodi Fayed, and the place where it all happened, which is an ancient sacrificial site to the goddess Diana. How does all that fit together in the rituals that you know about?
Okay, the crown aspect of the goddess is Hecate, and the day of Hecate is on August 13th. And what is very prevalent in this with the Illuminati and what they've done with the Druidism and other in Egypt, the Egyptian religions, is they like to mirror the numbers. And so as like, for example, with the goddess Isis, her number is 18.
Pindar semen is good for conjunctivitis. I remember that when you've got conjunctivitis, stay sharp.
When you mirror it, it's 81, and that is the number of the sister of Isis, Nephthys. And Nephthys was considered the evil sister to Isis. With Hecate, what I think happened here is that she was sacrificed, and it was a very important sacrifice because 3 people died, and it was a picture of the triad of Isis, Osiris, and Horus to them.
Have you noticed that the thing she keeps mentioning quite a bit is ISIS? Have you heard the word ISIS? Do you think that's connected to the terrorist stuff, that ISIS, and that's where it gets its name from? ISIS. This is 1999. She mentioned a few times ISIS.
Horus being the unborn child of Dodi Fayed that Diana carried, and was 3 months old, which is another very important fact, a number that's important to them, to be 3 months old. Sacrificial babies are taken in utero at 3, 5, and 7 months. And when I heard about this was a deal that I understood now had gone down. And she had to die in that tunnel because that tunnel's the passageway for Diana, the goddess. And she died at the 13th pillar again because of Hecate. And she died on the 31st because it's the mirror image of 13. And my understanding of what I get inside of me, and because I was told by Baron Guy de Rothschild last beginning of February, when he was in this country and he was there to try and reprogram me again and impregnate me, was that he was in the tunnel that night. He had to be there because not only was it a ritual death of Diana, this was also about taking her soul, and he was taking the soul of Diana, which no one else there could do. Whoever was present there could not do it. He could do it, and he was in France.
This is the hypnotic stare you talk about.
Yes, and drawing in the breath. And he had to be there to do.
I've just messaged James Fox to see if he's free tomorrow night, 8 p.m. UK time, to see if we can get that live or pre-recorded chat going.
This ritual killing, this ritual murder.
This would mean that the ambulance team and a doctor that arrived within a minute of the crash coming the other way must have been in on this whole deal, or at least the people in charge of the ambulance team. From your experience of the kind of people involved in this Illuminati satanic network, do you think that's possible, that they could set that up?
Yes, I do. I've seen a lot of things set up that if you did not know, if you weren't in on...
Would you want that live, or would you want it pre-recorded? I know some users are going to say live, but be honest, would it be better pre-recorded or live? Pre-recorded with your questions or live? The thing is, we can't always guarantee everybody's going to be around at the live, but if we know there's going to be a pre-recorded, we can get the live question. We can get the questions asked, if you know what I mean. Just let me know in the chat.
On the so-called inner circle.
It was on Casper Site. That's what's just reminding me. So 17 hours ago, Casper Site, it's another UK channel, a massive channel. It's got 1 million odd followers. But Casper Site's not like fully read on the UFO subject. He covers all sorts like the paranormal stuff, and he's not like a UFO expert, far from it, but he's got a massive channel, and he does a lot of reaction videos and stuff like that. He actually covered one of my videos the other day on the UFO stuff. I would love to do it live. I really would like to do it live with James Fox on YouTube. I think that would be a unique experience, but a lot of these people want to do it pre-recorded because it makes more money. I'm not asked about the money. I'm more about what would be better for the followers.
Or know what the Illuminati can do, because
I would love to get Icke on. I think me and Icke would be best mates. I think we'd be in the pub talking shit by the end of our friendship. I really do. I really do think I'd get on with Alex Jones. I think I'd get on with them type of people. I really do. I think I'd get on with Alex Jones. I think I'd get on with David Icke. I think I'd get on with them because I'm well read on that side of the mad shit. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm not as deep as David Icke. David Icke knows a lot more about it than the reptilian side of it, because I give up. I thought it was bullshit, and I'm happy to say that. But I'm happy to say that I think I'm potentially wrong on that as well. That's why I want to speak to people. When you've got David Icke speaking to Joy Barton, that's a problem for me, because Joy Barton's a footballer that for one, he's all right, but he should be speaking to someone like me from the UK, not fucking Joey Barton from fucking Liverpool, fucking an average footballer. Do you remember when he started speaking, when he lived in France and he started speaking English in a French accent? That is the fucking worst thing he ever did. David Icke and Joey Barton. If you've not seen that interview, type in UFOs Around the World. I've clipped a part that I wanted to talk about, but go and watch the full interview. It's insane. Fair play to Joey Barton. But I really want the David Icke interview. That would. There's 3 interviews that I would love to have. From my vast knowledge of research over the years, there are 3 people I would love to interview. Number 1, Bob Lazar. I would love to speak to Bob Lazar. Number 2 would be Wendell Stevens, but he's dead. Number 3 would be David Icke, because of the reptilian side of things. So it'd be Bob Lazar, Wendell Stevens, David Icke. There is another person I'd love to speak to, but he's dead, and that's Bill Cooper. There's another person I'd speak to. I don't think he's interested. That'd be Bill Moore. The people I want to interview, you probably don't even know. 3 of them you probably know. 2 of them you're probably a bit unsure about. Bill Cooper, Bill Moore. Those 2 I would really like to speak to. One's dead, one's probably going to die very soon. You've got Wendell Stevens, who's dead. You've got Bob Lazar, who's famous. I don't think there's anything else I could ask Bob Lazar. That's the problem. If I had to pick out that 5, and I had to pick one, it would be Bill Moore. 100%, and he's still alive. I would love to speak to Bill Moore. He knows fucking loads of shit, and there's a reason he's not speaking these days. Give me Bill Moore tomorrow to an interview. Fucking 100%. It would break the internet with what he would say, I reckon, with what we can ask him. And if you know who Bill Moore is, well done.
they depend on people not believing they're really there. You would not, you would have a hard time believing it. That this has been such a secretive group and worked in such insidious ways to infiltrate and control. And there are so many unanswered questions they don't seem to be able to answer about Diana that keep coming up in spite of all the reports that come out, because there are people that don't believe what they're hearing.
What would have been the purpose of creating such a clear and definite ritual in the assassination of Diana? What would be the purpose of that when they could have killed her in another way?
Because it had to be done as a ritual, because they were going to take her soul. And it had to happen in the tunnel. It had to happen that way. It had to happen in that year.
I'm going to take a fucking massive risk on this live. I'm going to ring James Fox. I've got his number, I just remembered.
You've not been given access to this service.
Fuck's sake, I'm not given access to this service. I've got his mobile number there. I forgot I had his mobile number. He gave me his mobile number. Let's carry on a sec. Let me see if I can.
there's all a timeline to all of this.
There's been many rumors that she was pregnant, but as I understand it, one of her friends says that that was not possible because she knew that very shortly before she'd had a menstrual period. Is it possible to be pregnant and for that to still happen?
Yes, it is. This happened to me. I was impregnated with one of my own fertilized egg that was fertilized by the sperm of Pindar, and he sent Guy de Rothschild to impregnate me in this manner, and I was impregnated in October of '94. I had periods up until February when it was discovered, and they seemed normal, not light. And I then was, since I had the background of a nurse, and had worked with a nurse midwife delivering babies. I was, for some reason, it occurred to me to check my stomach, my abdomen, and I realized that I was pregnant, and so I ended up seeing a doctor who told me, I mean, he verified, you're pregnant. He did it with blood test, with the urine test, and ultrasound exam, and if I don't do an abortion on you tomorrow, you're going to have to go through a different type of abortion, which probably would have been a saline abortion. And I knew what I was pregnant with by that time. And so
We've got 139 people in the live right now and 137 thumbs up. Please, who are the two perverts? Own up and like that thumbs up. Come on.
So I was terrified to go through with it, and I could not go through with it, knowing what I knew, and so I had the abortion, but I had periods the whole time.
There's definitely something with the period blood, and I shared a video, it was in the last live that I did, where they wanted to buy the eggs, they wanted to buy the was it the embryos, the women in the live, can you help me out here, they wanted to buy something where, and it had the stem, it was good for stem cells, was it the, I can't remember what it was, but for what women have, it's good for the stem cells and stuff like that. These billionaires want it. You know, if you've got so much money, and you can buy whatever the fuck you want, you don't want to die. You want to live forever. You want to hold on to that, and that's what these billionaires have got. They've got the power through the money. They want to live forever. They want to do whatever's necessary to do that, and that's what we're going to uncover. That these billionaires have been doing hideous fucking crimes on humanity to do whatever they can to survive and get all this to look young. Someone did a video the other day that Jim Carrey does not look like Jim Carrey anymore. It is Jim Carrey. I just think Jim Carrey has been, sadly, introduced into the world of cosmetics and stuff like that, and he's had a few cheek enhancements and a few forehead enhancements, and that's the thing. And if you want me to show you the video, let's go to X, let's type in Jim Carrey, just for the fun of this video. This is what people are saying. Look at this here it is there straight away. They're saying this isn't Jim Carrey.
Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. I really took on a pretty...
From being logical, he's had cheek enhancements. You can clearly see he's had some sort of cheek enhancements. He's a millionaire. His hair's receded, so he doesn't usually have his hair that long, so it probably looks a bit different. But there's definitely some enhancement with his finger. He's definitely had some sort of Botox thing there going on, which is probably... And he's relaxed. And, he's not being a dick. Could you imagine if I came on a live one day and I wasn't a dick? You'd be like, Matt's cloned. That's not Matt. He's been cloned. And that's what we're seeing. So let's listen to this video.
big challenge trying to do my speech in French. So, you know, I wrote it and I researched it and I practiced it like crazy. But, you know, it's, then I watched everybody like talking 1,000 miles an hour up there receiving their awards. And I was like, I'm dead. And I made mistakes.
So I'm going to go back here 1 sec. This is the big clue. He's had some Botox. Someone commented it. You've got his forehead and you've got his cheeks. Look at his cheeks. He's had some sort of filler. It's going to make your face look weird. And if you don't know how it makes your face look weird, look at Simon Cowell 10 years ago. And then now he looks totally different.
And I made mistakes, and I was like a novice, but I felt a lot of love.
You can see it there. Look at the cheeks. Look at that. That's not natural. Look at his eyelids. There's just something not right there. You sound dumb. Lavelle Turner, don't even make me go at you, you dumb son of a bitch, because I swear to God, this is why you fucking fella's cheating on you. Right. So look at his cheeks. This is the problem. People don't understand he's had some work done to his face, and that's why he's what he is. And for everybody, if you're going to support me, please just give Lavelle Turner 225 some shit in the chat, please. I would appreciate that, because we don't appreciate people coming in thinking they are better than us. And we are the probers, right? Or something like that. Lavelle Turner 225, fucking stupid bitch. Oh, stupid guy, whatever she is. It's spelled dumb. What she put? Yeah, she's put dumb. Oh, you dumb bastard. Why did you not know that? How would you not know that? You wonder why you're handicapped. Let's go for it. Stupid. He's stupid, man. He's stupid. So, here we go.
And I felt a lot of appreciation that I tried, and what I said was true.
The thing is, I've got an excuse. I am pissed, and I'm halfway through. Well, no, I'm nearly through a full bottle of whiskey. That's my excuse. Tomorrow I'm sober. You'll still be a daft cunt, and I'll still have my followers, my loyal supporters.
And I really wanted to recognize my family. I wanted to recognize my dad. I mean, my dad was...
He's definitely had some work done, hasn't he? Look at his cheeks here. Look at that. Like, is that called the dowels? Are these the dowels? These are the dowels, I think, aren't they, or something like that? He's definitely... And fair play. Listen, if you're a millionaire, you want to make yourself look... You want to make yourself look handsome, like me. You want to have some work done. So you say, I want to have some injections to make myself look like Matt from UFOs Around the World, so my jawline looks like this. That's obviously what he's done.
Bonjour. I can't talk about him without getting emotional. Oh, loved it. It's so beautiful. And having Michelle, you know,
They've not cloned him. They've not cloned Ace Ventura. He's just had some Botox. Listen, it's possible, and they've done things with other people, but they've not done it with Jim Carrey. They've not done it with him. They've not done it.
Was also amazing. And
I'll tell you what is weird, his voice. His voice does sound different. I will admit that. It doesn't sound like the Jim Carrey we know, but I think he's just chilled. And, you know, when your face is being tightened... How does that, like, do I don't know. How do you sound when your face is being tightened? Give me the £1 million and I'll do the investigations for you. I'll get Botox, I'll get penis enlargement, I'll get butt plugs, I'll get whatever you want for you just to get for the scientific experiments.
It was just a brilliant evening, you know?
Why is it when you're a millionaire, billionaire, you just become an absolute fucking pervert weirdo? And you get all these young girls, just get a bird, man. Stop being a weirdo. With your microscopic penis and your billionaires. Fucking weird bastard. I'm not Jim Carrey, by the way. I love Jim Carrey. But he's clearly had work done. Look at his cheeks. You don't need to be a fucking brain surgeon to work that out.
Really brilliant evening. Oh my gosh. Benjamin Laverne was off the hook.
He's not Big Jim. It is Big Jim. He's just had Botox. Calm down.
I mean, I can't believe he committed to doing all that. I was really, is this about someone else? My favorite funny face is the one I'm wearing right now.
Okay, that's a bit creepy. I'm going to play that again, actually. I didn't see that bit before.
The one I'm wearing right now.
A minute, what did he ask?
Was off the hook.
Listen to this.
I can't believe he committed to doing all that. I was really, is this about someone else? My favorite funny face is the one I'm wearing right now.
Thank you so much.
Right, hold on. If that's genuine, that is weird. Because we've got a guy with hazel eyes at the top, and we've got a guy with green eyes at the bottom. I need to know that is fucking... if that's genuine, that's weird as fuck. I'm going to tell you that right now. That is weird. I'm not believing that picture. If that picture's real, something's off. I'm telling you right now, something's off. I've got blue eyes. I've had the same blue eyes since I was born. Your eye colours don't change that amount. That is fucking weird, folks. But again, I can't verify if that image is real. Who shared it? Melanie King. She has 43.3 subscribers. Doesn't mean anything, that. Is that real? Verify that image is real. Then we... Right. Okay, that's Jim Carrey. Okay, I'm kind of freaked out. That is kind of weird, mate. I'm not gonna lie to you. That and that. Not only he's got his beard, he's got his eye colour, he's got his teeth, but like his whole face, the clean shavenness, but. It's the eyes. You can't lie with the eyes. The eyes don't change colour. The eyes don't even grow. I think you've got am I true that the eyes don't grow? They don't get any larger than when you were born or something like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. That is freaking me out. That is different. You can't even put that down to certain lights. That's weird, mate. Listen, I don't want to go full woo-woo, but unless he's had pigmentation change in his eye, which he can do. You can change the colour of your eyes. Has he had that done? If this isn't a conspiracy, he's had the injection where it changes your eye colour, which he can change your eye colour. I'll prove that right now. It's called that, safe eye colour change. Be who you want to be with safe permanent eye colour change. Now there's a chance that Jim Carrey has done this. Maybe he thinks he looks prettier changing his eye colour. Some people prefer blue eyes, green eyes, whatever you want. Maybe he doesn't like the brown eyes. But that, I'm not being funny, but that is a 100% fucking change. People, what do you think in the comments? Let me know there. That's weird. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to play this set while I go for a piss, but that is weird. Let me know in the comments. I'll come back to the comments in a sec.
You were impregnated at the point that it happened without you having any knowledge of it?
No, I did not.
Is it possible that that happened to Diana if she was, as the evidence that I've looked at suggests, also mind-controlled and a multiple from the early part of her life?
That is definitely more than a probability. The thing about being multiple or dissociative identity disorder is that the host person doesn't know that they are, but they have missing time, but then they have amnesia for the missing time. They don't realize they're missing time. They don't realize things are happening to them. They show up, pregnant. They show up with marks on their bodies. They don't know, I think I must have bumped myself, and that's not actually how it happened. Or they have needle marks on their body when they've been gotten a hold of and drugged. And it's only when they start to realize something's not right and they try and make a timeline and try and account for their time, they realize there's so much they can't account for that they simply took for granted. Oh, I was out shopping, or I was at this house, or I was over there. Then they realize they don't have a timeline for any of these things.
Do you think that Diana's two children were Prince Charles's children?
I do not believe that William is. I've heard that he was Charles's son. I've heard about someone else, and I believe that it was neither. I believe that this child of Prince William is the son of Pindar, and she was impregnated, and she did not realize that.
When you look at the ritual nature of all that, you've got Osiris, it would seem, symbolized by dirty fire. You've got Isis, symbolized by Diana. Presumably the baby quite obviously symbolizes Horus in Egyptian legend and ritual. Why create that in a tunnel in Paris at that time? What was it designed to do, to symbolize or whatever?
It's to symbolize, it's part of symbolizing getting the world ready to recognize the Horus that is about to come upon us in the year 2000, as the year 2000 is the age of Horus and Osiris reborn. And there's a sacrifice involved. And the sacrifice is the mother, and the sacrifice is this child. And yet it involves another child who yet lives by the same mother. And
you're talking about William?
Yes, I am talking about William.
What would have happened to Diana in your experience of the ritual, and what would have happened to the unborn child after the events in the tunnel in Paris?
That Diana left the tunnel dead. She didn't leave that tunnel alive. That ritual, she had to die in that tunnel, and they had to take her soul in that tunnel, and they had to take the soul or developing essence of the unborn child. And in the hospital, it follows logically, according to what I know about what they do, that they would have taken the uterus and the fetus from Diana, that would have been taken, and as a ritual that would have been taken, and they would have removed other body parts.
And done what?
Distributed them for high Illuminati members to consume, because this is a ritual sacrifice.
Some strange things happened after that. Strange things happened all the way through it. But suddenly the decision was made that she would not be buried in the local church where she wanted to be buried, but on an island among the trees in a lake at Althorpe Park. And Earl Spencer, her brother, claims through a dream he was inspired to put 4 black swans on the lake. Therefore, from your, again, knowledge of the ritual, what does all that mean? Why do that?
Because 4 black swans have to do with 4 directions, 4 seasons. They have to do with sealing something for all eternity. To have 4 of something black, like that swan's figure in Celtic mythology, quite a bit in the Druid mythology. And black is the color of Hecate, and also one of the goddess aspects, the 3 goddess aspects that they have. The name is Black Flame or Black Star, and Black Flame means unto death, and so therefore the color black, and somewhere in there would be a flame.
The decisions after her death to put her on an island among the trees in a lake and the 4 black swans were all, at least on the surface, taken by her brother Earl Spencer. Have you any experience of him?
Earl Spencer I have seen at rituals. He's definitely tied into it. Her family has been part of this. She has this bloodline. I have not seen him shapeshift, but he's tied into it.
You've seen him at rituals in
yes,
which
I have.
Sacrifices took place?
Yes, I have.
What about her father? Any knowledge of him?
Her father was present at rituals. Her father would have been involved way before Diana was born. For her to have been involved and watch her actions after she was married, cutting herself, being anorexic, being bulimic, just these are so indicative of someone who has been involved in mind control, has been hurt, and has been forced to follow mind programming. That this would have started when she was a little child, and her father would have been in.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Sharp. Stay sharp. 4423. I don't see myself as a legend, but I see myself as someone that's just like you, that's researching the UFO topic. And I know, because of multiple different angles and different levels of research, that my channel will at some point cater for you. It might not cater for you for every video, but a lot of videos will cater for you.
Involved.
So if they got her into this mind control stream from birth, presumably they would have been able to shape events right from that point to the 13th pillar.
Yes. Yeah, they would have. When somebody becomes what we call multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, there are many programs that are induced, that can be induced at any point. I mean, you've got the machinery in place when they're a very small child, and as they're grown, they can install programs at any point and have different parts hold.
There's a massive conspiracy. You need to research this yourself. You can't take my word on it, right? But on abortions, what happens to those babies? Oh, research that yourself. When they abort these babies and they're at the thing where the actual baby has to actually be born, it doesn't matter if it's this big or anything like that, however the baby, it has so many nutrients that these billionaire bastards want. It's insane.
These programs, and they can be made to do just about anything. They're taught things such as red light is a green light, go through the light.
Heiser is my #1 moderator because I don't think Skywatch is in the chat anymore, and Narina's not even commenting. So if Narina, if you want to be fucking close second, you better comment right now. But at the minute, Heiser Soze is #1 moderator for users around the world. Skywatch, if you're in the comments, you better comment.
They drive faster than they realize they're driving. They are able to memorize or see and just glance at something and right away just pick what the point.
This video is from 1999.
Is that they're going after for some reason, or they can memorize phone numbers in just a glance.
The car hit the 13th pillar.
Yes, I read that. Thank you, Phoenix, for reminding me. Anna is releasing stuff on MK Ultra soon, going through all this stuff we have all been talking about for years. The absolute tinfoil hat crazy bastards, which is you and me. It's all been spoken about in Congress, and Phoenix is right. Phoenix 75 Wizard. Anna is releasing stuff on MK Ultra soon, or going through Congress. And I've seen that post, I think it was today, on X. That is insane.
Driven by Henri Paul, who was missing for 3 hours that night. A man who's been connected to both British and French intelligence. Given the obsession with the number 13, it seems beyond coincidence that with all those pillars in the tunnel, it hit the 13th. Is it possible to mind control someone like Henri Paul so that at speed they could pick out the 13th tunnel, the 13th pillar?
Yes, yes, it is. He also, it's very, very possible that he was drugged and programmed in the time he was missing. It's possible for him to have taken medication but not have it affect him at all.
Does that include alcohol?
Alcohol also, yeah. And then maybe later or not, it would affect him, depending on if that's what the program was for it to affect him. But it might not affect someone at all. I've been through this myself, so I know this to be true. And
what happened to you in this instance?
It was a very bad time in my life. The one time in particular I'm speaking of, where my then husband told me that he wanted a divorce, and I took approximately 8. I don't remember what the dosage was, but 8 Xanax pills in front of him, and I drove from where I lived in Orange County to the Norwalk area and went to see my therapist, who was holding some groups in this area, and I did not feel the effects of...
Please don't forget to hit that thumbs up, folks. It really does help the video.
...the pills at all. When I drove to see him, I did not feel the effects of the pills at all when I left there an hour and a half later. And I had no car accidents. I was not stopped. My driving skills were very good. And I've seen this happen with other people that have had the mind control programming and this DID, and you just swallow up medication and one part holds on to it and it does not affect the body.
So if you're in a compartment that is not connected to taking the pills, you're not affected by it. But if you were put into that compartment that took the pills, if you like, you would be affected by them.
Yes, and you can also have, what they can do with you is have a whole bunch of alters or parts lined up that, okay.
I'm going to make Phoenix Wizard a moderator, by the way. Because he's been loyal. Phoenix, you're now a moderator.
You will be out from this point to this point, and then you, this next part, will be out at this, from this point to this point. They can keep going like that. It can be a very complicated, long thing, but they can line them up that way. That's the way the programming goes.
Do you think this could explain the apparent mystery of a alcohol reading of Henri Paul that was equivalent to 8 Scottish on an empty stomach, while the video evidence of the Ritz Hotel security cameras is that this was not a man in the minutes before he drove Diana into the tunnel that was in any way at that level of drunkenness?
Yes, that can very well explain it.
I only had good researchers as moderators, so all my moderators are well read into the UFO topic. If you think you are a good UFO researcher, start commenting. I will spot you and I will add you as a moderator. You don't have to ask, I will find you.
With this kind of mind control programming that they do, once you go into that mode that they want you in, you can be hurt and in a lot of pain, or you can be drugged to the gills, or have drunk too much, and you appear to be in no pain at all, appear to be perfectly with it, and you don't feel it. You feel all right.
People would find it difficult, just coming from their own experience and observation, that someone could drive a car into a tunnel at considerable speed and pick out among 30 odd the 13th pillar. How is that possible to program someone to do that?
Because that someone has been taught and programmed and taught and programmed and taught for quite a while how to do this at a very fast speed. The mind works very fast, and if they have the mind and body connected the right way, they can drive. They would have been able. This person would have been able to drive into the 13th pillar at a fast speed.
Would that have been happening on a conscious level, or would the subconscious have been pulling the strings?
This would be on a subconscious level, and the person would not be aware themselves of what they were doing.
In those crucial minutes before Henri Paul got in the car and drove away, would someone...
Louise Hart, you are also a moderator now. That's 2 ladies that I have as a moderator as well. Louise is loyal, and I support loyalty to the channel.
Have had to have given him the trigger to access and activate the programming then, or could he have been in some way pre-programmed to be triggered at that time, and if so, what would that be?
Well, he was probably programmed to do all of this at a trigger signal, and so what happened is that somebody triggered him with a preset signal that he was told when you are given this signal you will act out, you know, but the program was already set to go off when the trigger, when he saw the trigger.
What form could this trigger have taken?
It could have been a hand signal, it could have been a certain type of handshake, it could have been a color that he saw that was flashed in front of his face. It could have been a certain person doing a hand signal. It's most likely that there was a person present that he was to react to when this person said something or signaled him in some way.
Given the extent of your programming from birth. How was it possible for you to break out of it, as you appear to have done now?
One thing that happened is that in 1989, my programmer handler died, who was Mengele. And he was in this country so much, and I was around him so much, and he had a lot of control over me. And what happens when a programmer handler dies, they usually have taught the person that they've been working with, to be very, very loyal unto death to them. And that's something that they, in the end, it works against everything, because when they die, even someone else coming in and trying to take over, a lot of these altars are not open to that and are loyal to that one person. And in my case, Baron Guy de Rothschild is the one that tried to take over. And for some number of years, there was a lot of the time, half the time they got their way, and half the time they didn't. And in major things, they did not get their way. One of the things that I went out and did in 1993 was I cut my hair off, and because I was publicly seen and known to have very, very long hair, I could no longer be seen. I could not be seen with my hair cut off short. This would have caused a lot of questions with other people that had been programmed. And they still tried to carry on with other parts where I wouldn't have to be publicly seen, because they still consider me to hold this status. And they still consider me their property. I was always told I was their property.
One question that people would ask is, given all that you know, why don't they just take you out?
They still have plans for me.
This is why I'm turning into a fat bastard. So I've got my fucking fish and chips crisps, I've got my fucking cheese strings, and I've got the kids' fucking Dairy Lee Dunkers. Oh, this is what happens when you eat at night.
Me, and this was told to me just a few days ago by someone else who has spoken with.
Over from TikTok. Welcome from TikTok. TikTok is a really bad app at the minute. It's not doing so well. I've got so many followers on there, and it's just a waste of time. I've got 250,000 people on TikTok, and it's like I've got 10,000 people on YouTube, and I just prefer YouTube. And I feel so sorry for the TikTokers, because we've had such a great time on TikTok, but they're just ruining the app.
With Baron Guy de Rothschild, that they have plans for me, and they plan to try to have me back because of the psychic abilities, and that is not going to happen.
In the little bit of tape we've got left, could we just turn the subject to the jury you've got to your left there? What is that? Was that part of the rituals that you were involved in?
The first one, this is a child's ring. It is a 14-karat gold white, or 14-karat white gold ring with a diamond in the middle of a hexagram, or a hexagonal shape, and it looks like a hexagon if you were able to look closely at the diamond. This was returned to me by my ex-husband, who told me, well, this was in your daughter's clothes. And this was a message to me, and it was a trigger to me for him to do this. Very well, any high-ranking survivors that I have talked to that know of this ring know that it's from Mothers of Darkness. And this it would be very unusual. I mean, I don't know of anyone else that has a ring like this in their possession at this point in time.
And what?
Sorry, Demps, I don't know what you're referring to there. We do not care how much you earn, mate. Who are you talking to there?
What's the necklace?
The necklace here is made out of copper, and it's very Egyptian, and it was given to me when I turned 19, and that's an important age because you really start at the position I was at, having these psychic powers in full effect and being allowed to do this in full effect during rituals, and this was worn during certain rituals.
Why copper and why have it at all?
Copper is a transmitter. Copper has always been used in the occult. It has a specific meaning. The meaning it has is because I had a triad of altars that were very active in a lot of rituals, and the triad was Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And Isis was the part that drew down the moon. And Osiris performed the rituals, and Horus was what was born of performing those rituals.
Just in the literally 3 minutes we got left, or 3 or 4 minutes, I know it's difficult, but I want people to understand the nature of what's going on to so many people.
I've never once got into my earnings, but seeing as though you want to try and bring me down to that level, I'm ending this live in the next 10 minutes because I've got work in the morning where I get off my ass and get up at R5 in the morning to go to work and do 8 hours work. This is not my job. This is a hobby. It will never be my job because I want disclosure, not an income. That's the difference between me and these other podcasters. YouTube, no. I've got 250,000 followers on TikTok, but it doesn't make half as much money as you think it does because the app's fucked. In regards to YouTube, I'm new to YouTube. I don't make hardly anything on YouTube. Like I said, I get off my ass and I go to work. Tomorrow I'll be in work. 6 hours from now I'll be in my job for 8 hours. How I'm managing to keep up with the rest of these so-called UFO researchers, you got to ask yourself that question, and they do it full time. That's the question you need to be asking, not someone that actually gets off their ass and works for full time for their 5 kids. Don't try and mock me.
People today, what sort of things were done to you as part of your traumatization as a child and later?
I was electroshocked to the extent...
I work Sunday to Thursday. That's why Thursday, Friday, Saturday is my best days to do my YouTubing and stuff like that. Don't hate someone that works full time. Go and speak to the people that turn this into a full time income. Mate, you got me wrong. We love you on TikTok. Yeah, and ask yourself this question then, Dempsey. Why have I got 250,000 followers when I work full time? And why do the people that do this as a full time job have fucking nowhere near that? It will never be my full time job. I don't want an income. I want disclosure. I've always said that.
My parents were told when I was in first grade that my IQ was 70 and that I was retarded, and they said I would be retarded. I always had trouble in school because I missed so much school. My school records are missing. They've just disappeared. I have medical records that are missing. My birth certificate appears to have been tampered with. I have had my eyelids taped open, and so I couldn't shut my eyes. I have been electroshocked. I've been put into a narcoleptic sleep and had earphones placed over my ears and had messages repeated and repeated for days. I've had drugs injected into my body so that my nerves were just like on fire, and then they would just touch me. I've had, since I wasn't allowed to have marks on my body,
Okay, I'm not saying you're against me, Dempsey. What I'm saying is, maybe I read your message wrong, and I appreciate that you got me back on TikTok, but We can't do this kind of thing on TikTok. This is why I'm on YouTube. They've ruined the app. You're losing one of your best UK content creators on the UFO topic because the app is not promoting it and it puts disinformation, misinformation on it. YouTube's not doing that. So I'm having to come on here and I'm enjoying being on an app where I've got 10,000 followers rather than an app where I've got 250,000 followers. That should tell you everything, and you know, that should mean if it was an income type of thing, obviously you'd think TikTok would be paying more, wouldn't you? Stuff like that. It's nothing to do with money. It's about the fact I enjoy the topic. I enjoy being able to speak about what I want to speak about without it being cut off as being disinformation, misinformation. That TikTok app is fucking destroyed. They need to do something quickly with that app, or they're going to lose a lot of good content creators.
Couldn't use a cattle prod on me, but they do use cattle prods on people. I'm
not leaving TikTok, but I don't put my best content on TikTok.
Torturing them, and they do use electrical stimulation to the genitals, and also on the teeth. And they like to inject between the toes and under the fingernails and up in the gums. I've also had some kind of scarring done up through the roof of my mouth all the way up to the brain.
No, listen, I fully appreciate what you're saying, Dempsey, I really do. And I know I've got a lot of love from TikTok, and that's where people know me from and stuff like that. I'm trying to make waves on YouTube. If my TikTokers want to come over, we can take over YouTube. You know what I'm like. You know I'm loyal. You know I'm not infiltrated. I'm not disinformation. If I've made a mistake, I'll admit to it. You know I'm the most honest person on the planet with regards to the UK side of UFO disclosure. But there is something wrong with TikTok, and it's a shame because I've got some really good followers on TikTok as well. And I hope they do come over to YouTube so we can carry on the momentum we've started over on TikTok.
Brainstem back here that gives me a photographic memory, and I have calcium blocks around the pineal gland that seem to be perfectly spaced and even, and it's very, very curious. The doctors can't seem to come up with a reason for that. I have been programmed to be anorexic, to be bulimic. For the government programming, since I was also used by the government in this country, I was programmed to cut my arms if I started to remember, which I was punished for by the Illuminati, as I was not to have these marks upon myself. I was made to eat my own feces as a little child. I was made to drink my own urine. I was not allowed to go to the bathroom. I was placed in a sensory deprivation tank. I had my shoulders, my knees, my toes, and my fingers, my elbows dislocated and then put back into place when they wanted me to be traumatized. I've repeatedly had phone calls of tones coming over my phone, and tones that you can't make by pressing telephone buttons, tones that sound like sonar sounds from a submarine, tones.
Could that be the clicking sounds that we hear in Disclosure Day trailer?
That sound like they were made by some type of instrument, and I have had directed energy used on me, ELF, low-frequency electric waves used on me, microwave energy, and this in turn has created two different, would hear one tone in one ear, one tone in a different tone in the other ear. It creates a third tone. They're called tritones. They change the electrical activity of your brain waves and to put you in the state they want you in. I have been programmed to run through red light, thinking it's green. There's been a lot of programming done around my children. They've used my children against me, and it's a very painful subject with me to know that this is happening to my children. The same thing that's happened to me. It's hard. It's easier. I don't know if I can make people understand this. It's easier for me to have okay, I can handle that I went through this. And what I want most is to expose these people because of what they're doing to children all over. But they're doing it to my children too. And my daughter believes I've abandoned her. My son believes I abandoned him. And they don't have hope when they're children. They don't have hope when their mother's taken away from them and they're told that their mother just left them. So this is a cycle that goes on with thousands and
I'd be interested to know, the clicking sound in Age of Disclosure always reminds me of the DMT trip I've had many times. I'd be interested to know about that. If you've got a story to tell for 10, 15, 20 minutes on a private chat that I can share on my channel, I'd be happy to share that.
thousands of survivors, not just myself. And this is how they perpetuate it if there is a parent that's protective that believes and has found out this is happening.
The astonishing revelations of Arizona Wilder, a very, very brave lady who's chosen to stand up and be counted. And only by enough people doing that is this nonsense and this manipulation going to be brought to an end, as it is in the next few years. Well, we've come to the end of our little tour of the centre of global control, and we're here now outside the Houses of Parliament in London, the so-called mother of parliaments, because of course it has provided the blueprint for so many other so-called democracies all around the world. When in fact it's just another vehicle for the one-party state that is relentlessly turning out legislation advancing this global centralization agenda. Not a place of democracy at all, a place for legislating the agenda into reality.
That's the end of that interview with Arizona. The full interview will be up tomorrow night on my archived. So for people that didn't want to interrupted, as it has been, we're coming up to 3 hours and 50 minutes. You can watch it tomorrow night. I will upload it all for you, so you can watch it peaceful there. But the thing I like is the engagement. We've had quite a lot of people in tonight. It's been over 120 odd people all night. Touched 200 at one point, so which is good for a channel my size. And that's what we want. It means people are interested, people are interacting. Loyalty means everything to me. If I see you regular in the chats, you will become a moderator. You won't have to ask. I will make you a moderator. Louise and Phoenix have been made moderators tonight because I've noticed the loyalty, and I thought, why aren't they moderators? We've got Heiser, we've got Skywatch, and we've got an Arena. Those are the moderators, and I want to see regular when you comment in, get involved in the chat, because usually the people in Arena was the one that pointed this out to me. That's the reason we got the watch along. If you've got an idea, put it in the Discord. We'll do a watch along about it. I want regular watch alongs. Every watch along will have the full interview followed up the following day, so you can watch it without the watch along, without the interruptions and stuff like that. And that's what we want. We want someone that isn't scared to speak the truth, isn't scared to get pissed on the live, isn't scared to say, listen, Ayatollah's a dickhead, I'm glad he's brown bread dead. That's what we want. We want people to be able to speak up. More UK people. I've reached out to James Fox, hope we can get him this week. He is on Casper's site. If you've not seen him recently, go and watch the Casper site interview. And that is everything, I think. I've got work at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, for people that don't understand, this is not my full-time job. I do this amongst 5 kids, a family, a full-time job and everything like that. So please understand, I'm giving you my time as well. I know you're giving me your time. I'm giving you my time for this subject. And that does sometimes cause a lot of arguments, let me tell you. But it's worth it, because I think I'm right. I think I'm right, and I think you know that we're right in this. There's something going on here. So, as always, keep your eyes to the skies. Oh, 1 minute. Let me read through the comments here. I still think the dog whistle to train humans like we train dogs with clickers. That's an interesting thought. The clicking sound in Age of Disclosure always reminds me of the DMT trip I've had many times. That, if you've got a story to tell, come on, we'll have a discussion about it. They use the phones to program us neurologically. Look around, we are glued to it. We are glued to it. I gave my daughter a mobile phone, an iPhone 14 this year for Christmas, and she's 12. It's like her first proper mobile phone, and she's just glued to it now. I feel like I fucked up as a father, but you know. During one of my abduction experiences, I was made to look at a red and green flashing light. It always reminded me of a road lights. Okay. I don't know if you want to say to that, Narina. Gary McHugh. What always worries me with some, not all, post-ego death, the rebuild is partial. So you're deep, aren't you? A lot of you are deep, aren't you? You are deep motherfuckers. That job, left that job and went into catering, the rich and famous for 20 years, doing week-long music fests were hell. Don't miss that either. Working for my wife, living her dream is happiness. You've got to keep your wife happy. If you don't keep your wife happy, Heiser, someone like Phoenix will. Okay. Narina, how did you feel with the red and green lights? Did you feel something change in you? They caught my attention. I watched them because they reminded me of something from Earth. Louise Hart, a new moderator for tonight. And Phoenix, the two new moderators. Why has the chick not gone back and leveled this shit? Alright, calm down there. If I understand what you mean there. That bliss, mate. Happy wife, happy life, yes. I've had 9 beers since we started, for fuck's sake. It's my day off. Listen, we're coming up to 3 hours and 15 minutes. This was full. This is me. I can handle this shit. I'm going to save that. We're done. We're good. There's nothing wrong with having a drink, talking UFOs, conspiracy, stuff like that, is there? Unblock me on the WhatsApp, please. Have I blocked you on WhatsApp? Have I made you a mod but blocked you on WhatsApp? I'm not having this. I haven't blocked you, Louise. I haven't blocked you on WhatsApp. Laugh my ass off. Slave the traffic light fish. Black Mirror. Like I said, people that comment, engage with my chat, I will notice you and I will make you a moderator. If you're interested in the topic, you'll always be put first. I always try. I don't ask for super chats. I hate it when people do a super chats. I did a super chat the other day to Josh because I thought I need to do it just so he can read the message. I hate that. Even when I get to that point where I'm going to be at, where it's going to be too much, I don't want super chats. I just want to be able to read through it and stuff like that. All I want is your eyes. I want you viewing it. That is all I need. View it. Engage in it. I don't need super chats. I got off my ass. I got a full-time job. It's not my full-time job, this. So support someone that gets off their ass to feed the kids, right? And this is a hobby, and I'm doing my best, and I've got probably the best UK channel on TikTok. Support that guy. Support the hard-working, grew up on a council estate guy, never been infiltrated, and will go against. And I've always been proven right. It looks like I've been proven right with Lou Elizondo as well. He's a lying piece of shit. Lime green is the colour of the people who have been abducted, we all know. Tell us about it. Had an encounter on December the 21st. What's your encounter on December the 21st? What was that encounter? I like your stories, by the way. I do like your stories. They sound insane and like you've been on Spice, but I like that. And I'd love you to come up and be ballsy about it and actually put your face to camera and say, this is what happened. I was abducted and I was wheelbarrowed around the spaceship. They stuck 12 inches right up me and stuff like that. Just come and say it. Don't be scared. This is the channel for you if you want to come and tell that story. But I have to go soon because I've got work in the morning. Supporting them financially to commit these evil acts. Stop financing them. Stop circulating their currency. As long as you are working and paying bills and taxes, then you are the problem. So I should quit my job, go on universal credit, and then use everybody else's taxpayer money, which, going against what you're saying, basically we shouldn't accept any money or anything like that. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying there, Irish Shando. December the 21st was solstice, wasn't it? No, the summer solstice is July. Summer solstice. So June the 21st this year is summer solstice. So it would 25 would have been Saturday the 21st of June. Nowhere near December. Longest night, I don't know. No, it's nowhere near December. The longest, that's the summer solstice when it starts to get dark again. So that's the longest day. The longest day is this year will be the 21st of June. That is when the longest day is. Fuck, it's already Christmas, isn't it? Let's face it. We are not as confident as you. Listen, am I confident? I don't know. Do you know what I'm confident in? I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit what you think. I do not give a shit what your opinions are of me. I do not give a shit if you like me or you don't like me. That is maybe my confidence. I don't care what you think. I don't care if you clip this and you make me look a twat. I do not care. It does not affect me. I am too thick-skinned to give a shit. Maybe that is me. Maybe that is what you need to take from me then. I do not give a shit. There is nothing you can do that will bring me down. I do that myself. I will nail myself down before you will. I am too confident on that. So yeah, maybe that is where I'm good at. What I'm good at. I do not give a shit. But I have everybody's back. Everybody in the chat, I have your back. And this is why the moderators leave the trolls to me, because we had Mickey the other night. She tried trolling. She came out the WhatsApp. She left everything. She thought she could stay in shivs, so went in shivs and kicked her out of shivs. No, you fall out of me. You fall out of the fucking community. Don't ever come back here, you fucking Mickey R dog, whatever it is, from Australia. She's on polarities. She follows polarity, but she's a fucking shit-staring piece of shit. Don't come here. And then she knew straight away, don't come at me. I went at her and she left the chat. She left the group. But if you're my friend, I will stick up for you 100%. This is the thing. I don't like shit stirrers, and Mickey is a shit stirring piece of shit. So if you see Mickey our dog, the one that has the blonde profile like a finger, she's a piece of shit. I had an encounter with the 21st December. I'll share it with you. Share it with you if you ask. I appreciate the $20 sub chat. That's the first sub chat of the night. I don't ask for sub chats. I really do appreciate that. And if you think it's a story that needs to be told, you reach out to me. We'll do a Zoom call. You can tell me face to face, and I will do a video for you on my channel if you want. If you want to do that, if you think there's a story to be told there, this is the people's channel. Come and tell me. We'll put it out there. And I will do a playlist where it's the followers list, the followers' experiences, and you can be the first person in that playlist where you can come and tell me your story, and we will put it out there for people. 100%. Thank you so much for your super chat. I do appreciate that. It's not about bringing you down. This is about the truth. People are being used to finance the evil. Oh no, 100% people are being used to finance the evil. We're seeing it now. I'm not that guy. I'm not evil. I'm not that guy. I will speak about the evil stuff. I'll speak about demonic stuff and stuff like that. But I've not been bought. Not yet. No one's made me an offer. Would I take that offer? Matt, we want you to come and join us. We want you to come and join the Lou Elizondo crew. We'll give you £1 million a year. Are you going to take it? Potentially I'm going to take that. I'm going to spread this. No, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it. I would get more money exposing those messages Do you know what I'm saying? Dare you come for me to try and get me on your evil side? I will not only expose you, but I will make more money exposing you. Do not come for me. I'm going to stay loyal to my followers, and as I always am, I'm a Manchester lad, and I don't take no shit from nobody. I would love that. I saw an entity on December the 25th. Oh, out the mouse. Listen, if you've got a story to tell, if you don't follow me on TikTok, go to my TikTok, UFOs Around the World. DM me. It might come off as a request, but I will get it. And send me when you're free. Tell me your story. We'll work out if it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Doesn't matter. If it's a 10-minute story, we'll speak it out. And I'll do a thumbnail for you. We'll get it out there, and it'll be as a playlist for one of the followers' experiences, and it could then lead on to more people. Do you know when you get vetted and you've got Area 52 doing these phone calls where they're getting these people ringing in? Hi, I was out in the circus and I seen this aeroplane in the sky. Now we don't want that. We want people telling proper stories, actual people coming up on camera telling that story. That's what I think people would rather see than these stupid phone calls, because anybody could be doing those phone calls. Let's put some faces to cameras. Let's not be shy, and all it takes is one brave person to come and put the face to camera, and then we can get a lead on of these people that will say, you know what, I seen Out the Mouse do his video. I'm going to do my video. So instead of these phone calls, we're going to do videos, and it's going to be a playlist, and it's going to be the people's playlist where they come and tell their stories. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-minute story, a 2-minute story. It's still video worthy, and it will build up, and it will be part of a playlist, and it will be, as people watch one experience, they'll go to the next video and watch theirs, and theirs, and theirs, and that playlist will then be in the YouTube algorithm for people to go and see. And that's what I want to create. I want people to be confident that they can come up and say, I've got a story to tell, or it's only a 30-second story, but I want to go and tell UFOs around the world. Don't ring me. We'll do a Zoom call. Tell me face to face, and let's get your video out there. Let's get your face to it. Because it might be only small to you, that story, but it could be fucking huge to somebody else that listens to that. It really could. You have no idea. Listen, a story that you tell could save somebody's life. You have no idea. The mental health that people have these days because of seeing things, experiencing things, and if someone's speaking out on it, it can save someone's life. Do it. Just speak out on it. Put your face to it. It's contagious. Having the balls to speak out on something, it's contagious. You are mocking people with speech impediments. Am I? My daughter has a speech impediment. She's got a stutter. So I'm 100% not trying to mock people with speech impediments. I don't know where that's come from. Have I just said something that's mocked something with speech impediments? What did I say? Did you get a photo by any chance? I'll audio chat all day, but my face fucking sucks. Yeah, we've heard your face sucks. A lot of guys have told us your face sucks, Heiser. A face only my wife can love. Right, hold on, Demps. You are mocking people with speech impediment. No, I'm not mocking people. Maybe I was having a joke where I say, but my daughter has a speech impediment where she stutters a bit. So, absolutely not taking the piss out of anybody. I actually want to know what you're on about. Tell us about the 21st. I do. Okay, pretty sure Di Snyder. I genuinely remember Ice presenting TV when I was a lad. He was mocked as mental but never gave up. Brave as fuck. You'll be extremely lucky to see my face on camera. Icke. No. Speaking out isn't enough. Take the walk, Faith, and stop the system. Right. Aristo Shango, I'm going to absolutely bollock you right now. You seem like a preacher. You seem like someone that comes across and tries to push your own narrative. Let me tell you this. Just because you believe in something doesn't mean you're necessarily right. The reason you're in this live, and you've been in this live for about an hour now, is because obviously you like this live. You think it's something that you can mingle with. Mingle with it. Don't try and push narratives on it. If you've got something to say and you want to speak to me privately and you think you've got something massive to share, we can do a video on it. This is the people's channel. Let me tell you that, and we can have a conversation on that. Out the mouse, you've spent another $10. Stop spending money out the mouse, please. I appreciate it, but stop spending. I swear my daughter's grandmother's a turtle, so I will tell you the truth. You do not need to spend $10 to tell me that, but I really appreciate it, and you've got priority. You want to tell me something on a video, when you want a video out there, you want your face on camera, it's sorted. You've spent $30. The video's yours. We'll do a Zoom call and we'll get your video out there. It'll be a nice thumbnail. Whatever you want is there, but please, from now on, you don't need to spend money to speak to me. But I really do appreciate it. If you want to donate and you want to support me, I do have a Buy Me a Coffee channel, which is UFOs Around the World, which is in my description and stuff like that. You can support me that way. I do really appreciate it, but it really does. $10 is enough, but you've spent $30 there, and that's like, stop it. I will tell your story. Don't get giddy. I will tell your story for you, don't worry. Stop spending your money. Mod is so easy here for now. Just wait until we get 1 million people, bro. Could you imagine if I get to 1 million people, how many trolls I'm going to get and how many arguments I'm going to get into and stuff like that, and how many fucking times I'm going to have to tell people to stop donating. But out the mouse, he's getting his story told. I'm going to do a video chat with him. We're going to get his video out there. Whatever he wants to talk about, he deserves it. Dude, you have no idea who I am, and you're the one who's giving your narrative. You are afraid. Dude, you have no idea who I am. Listen, I'm not here to have an argument with you, by the way. I think maybe we both need to have a private chat and get to know each other before we start judging each other. Get him up. Yeah, we need to. Maybe we could do a live chat with him. But yeah, Lou has a real good one. No, I respect people that put money out the pocket into the channel and stuff like that. I really do. And I do have a, what's it called? A Buy Me a Coffee, where you can spend like $1.99, buy me a coffee. It just adds to it, and basically I build it up and I put it to funds to get telescopes and all that kind of shit. That's what it doesn't go towards me or my family. It goes towards investing into the channel and stuff like that. You're just another poser. I'm not. How am I another poser? Aristo Shango. Explain to me how I'm another poser, please. I'm another poser. Have you followed me from TikTok? Then let's do it. We'll do it. Have you followed me from TikTok, Ashingo? Because if you followed me from TikTok, you'll know I'm not another poser. I've not amassed 250. This is going to sound really posing now, but I've got just under 260,000 followers on TikTok in less than 2 years, and it's not from posing. It's from being exactly as I'm now, honest, genuine, calling things out for what it is. And I've give up with TikTok. I've give up with that amount of followers, and I'm happy with my YouTube, and I'm trying to do it this way. So don't call me a poser, please, for fuck's sake. Far from a poser. This thread only allows me to write short statements. That's probably because you're probably not able to write long statements. Don't attack me. If you want to talk to me privately, message me on TikTok. Put in Arishango as your description. I'll see who you are, and we'll discuss and we'll get your video up. You want to talk to me? Listen, fucking hell, I want to talk to people face to face on camera. Let's do it. No, exactly. They don't know me very well. People that know me very well know I'm quite argumentative. I will give it back, but my knowledge is there. And people come in sometimes and they're so like, oh, I want to tell you something, and they get aggressive, and I get that, and they want to give something to me and stuff, and I'm not listening. Listen, I get it. You go to YouTube channels, you don't even get listened to. The fact I've mentioned your name once or twice now. You go to any other channel, you're not even going to get mentioned once. I read the comments. You don't need to send a super chat. This is why I'm arguing without the mouse there, that don't send me super chats. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's always nice to get some sort of money to add to the bank to fucking invest in the channel and stuff like that. But I'll always read your comments out if it's important. I'll always read them out. No, your video just showed up in my thread. Your followers do not determine whether you are genuine or not. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're right. I've been researching for 27 years. I don't know how old you are. I'm 40 years old this Monday, the Monday after I'm 40 years old. I've been researching since I was 15 years old. I'm going to be honest with you. I probably forgot more about this topic than you've even fucking ever researched. And if you would like to argue that toss with me, I would love to have a face-to-face live conversation with you. And we can do it right now if you want. If you think you can hold up to a full entire conversation on the UFO topic. On all angles of it. If you want to do that, we can do that whenever you want. If you want to tell me your story, we can do that as well. But do not come into my chat and say I do not know anything about fucking the UFO topic. This is not my first rodeo. The only reason I'm doing the videos is because my children told me to do it. Because a lot of the stuff I used to talk about to my children came to fruition and stuff like that. I've had a Facebook channel since 2012. And I used to just post. I didn't do any videos. I just used to post stuff on their UFOs around the world. I then created a TikTok channel in 2024. It got banned after 7 days. No, it got banned after 10 days. In that 10 days, I amassed 10,000 followers. It got banned. I created UFOs Around the World 2.0. It amassed 10,000 followers in 7 days. And then the original channel got allowed back up. That's now called News Around the World. I renamed that one. People just attached themselves to whatever I was sharing at the time. I then created a YouTube channel. It's now at 10.5 thousand followers. It's growing slowly. I've got no ambitions to be the biggest channel, but who knows? Who knows what I can do? I ain't scared to get into it. I ain't scared. I'm comfortable speaking to anybody on this topic. It doesn't matter who you are. The people that are prominent in this topic, what I've found out is they're not necessarily the most brightest on this topic. The people with 100,000 followers are not necessarily the most brightest on this topic. I've noticed that. I will hold my own. My followers will hold their own as well. I have bright followers. I have bright moderators. And people that hate me generally love me in the end because they'll have a private conversation and get to know me. We can do face-to-face. We can do face-to-face. If you live in Manchester, we can go to the pub and speak if you want, and we can record it there. You can come to my fucking house if you want. You can get in my bed with me if you want. We can do a live podcast on my bed right there. We can do it wherever you want it. I don't give a shit. YouTube is better than TikTok. You're 100% right, it is. Shango sounds American. No one matches Americans. All I know is I don't know shit, and I know a lot. No, listen. I keep going on about it. It's 28 years now I've been researching. The more you research, the less you know, because you go down deeper rabbit holes. The only thing I'm really like behind on, which I'm honest about, is the religious side of things. I've read the Book of Enoch because one of my followers sent me the Book of Enoch. That's the thing where, but when someone comes in and says, to the guy that says I don't know Draco penis, I have no actual proof. Aristocrat, I already know in a face-to-face you were going to lose miserably to me on any of this. You're going to lose. You know what you've done? You've researched one area of the UFO topic. You think you know everything, and you're going to fucking fall flat on your face. Just because I'm not talking about what you're talking about doesn't mean I don't know what you're talking about. You understand what I'm trying to say there? I probably forgot about the shit that you've researched because it probably means nothing. Or it's just irrelevant at the minute. But I will hold my own in any argument or conversation you'll ever have. Ever have with me. I will own it. 100%. Put it in the chat now, whatever you want to discuss. Put in the chat what you want to discuss with me. I bet you can't even do that. I bet you can't even put in the chat what you want to have an actual face-to-face discussion with me about. You don't even know the area of the topic you want to talk about. Willing to speak intelligent, openly in minds, then I'll back out. I'm not here to insult anyone. I'm just here to share information. But if you guys... No. Well, my channel is about sharing information. My channel is about engagement. My channel is about being kind and caring and understanding other people. But to come in here and try and push a narrative and saying, listen, you're this, you're that, you're not going to get anywhere with me. Absolutely nowhere. You're not talking to Jesse Michaels here. You're not talking to some little vetted. You're not talking to Patrick, right? Right? You're not talking to those type. You're talking to someone that's been researching for a fucking long time. Don't count my. You said don't judge followers. Okay, don't count my followers. You're going to lose miserably in a one-on-one on knowledge on this topic. You're not going to get anywhere near it. I'm going to call you out on that. You are not going to be able to do anything. You're not going to be able to call me out in any area of this topic. You're going to lose miserably. You are going to lose. Not anybody else, just you, because you've called me out. You're going to lose on every angle of this topic. You've come in here with an argumentative fucking attitude and you're going to get that side of me. I just sent a link to one of my encounters. So now you're trying to advertise your channel. Are you trying to advertise your channel? Tell me where to go to talk to you because I'm ignorant. Right, you can talk to me whenever you want. So go to TikTok, go to UFOs Around the World, click on DM and send me a DM and we'll sort out a private chat. Now I'm free tomorrow. I finish work at 2 p.m. UK time, 6 p.m. Anytime after 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow, me and you can chat if you want to do a private chat with your story. So send me a DM and I'll get it in here. Or if you want to send me a Gmail, it's UFOsaroundtheworld at UFOsaroundtheworldbrand@gmail.com. It's a maggot on a hook, mate. No. Do you know what? I'm not no smart guy. Dude, I sent a real encounter of mine. You aren't saying anything about it. Right, okay. Where have you sent it to me then? You've sent me something. Where is it? Let me look at your encounter. This is what I'm going to say, right? I'm not going to get too aggressive because I know what it's like when you're in a chat with UFO people and you've got such an encounter or you've got an experience or you think you've got something to share and those people aren't listening to you. And you're so... Listen, I used to be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, thinking I knew fucking everything about this and I wanted to reach out to these people. These people weren't around at the time. I didn't have anyone to reach out to when I was 20 years old. There was no UFOs around the world at the time. There was no Jesse Michaels. There was no Area 52. There was none of this shit. We was researching in our own way back then. It was totally different world. The people we were looking up to, they didn't have channels. It was just videos every now and again shared on sporadic YouTube channels. It's different now and you've got people wanting to reach out and I understand why they get aggressive. It's an aggressive topic. People want to be heard and I understand that. But just don't come in aggressive with it. I can't deal with that. When I've had a drink, I will be aggressive back and sometimes I regret it and I think, that kid was just reaching out to me. He just wanted someone to speak to. So I'm going to try and hold off from being a nasty bastard. So I'm just showing you that I'm not a poser and that I'm not a little something. Right. I can't see where your link is. Put your link in the chat and we'll have a look at what you've got to share. I think there's a US-UK miscommunication here. Potentially, yeah. Like, the US don't know as much as the UK people because we are the intelligence. I'm going to wind up a lot of my moderators here, but they understand who I am. They know I'm winding them up. He's the one getting ego erupted because of what I'm sharing. You've not shared anything. Share the link, right? Your next comment, Aristo Shango, should be the link you want me to look at, and I will put it right on the screen right now. Do not speak unless you are sharing that link. Share the link right now in the chat. Let me see this fucking link. Dude, you're misrepresenting my words as aggression. It's called, right, no. Put what you want to show me in the chat. Let me see this experience you've had. I'm giving you the opportunity to show me right now. Yeah. People can defend me and say Matt is truly genuine. Yes, he'll find it. He's on the mic. This is just what you want about. Show me the link. You want me to? You want to show me something that you've experienced? Show me what it is. I've sent the link. Where have you sent the link? Where have you sent it? To my TikTok? Where have you sent it? Send the link to UFOs Around the World. UFOs Around the World brand at gmail.com. I've not received no links. I've checked my TikTok. There's no requests or anything like that which would come up with a new message. I've got nothing. I've got fucking shitloads of I've got shitloads of messages, but none from him. And my inbox is full. It's at 99. As it always is. It's always at fucking 99. See, you're still running your mouth. The kink was sent for the third time. Do you know? I'm going to lose my rag with you in a minute, Arista Shango, because you clearly know nothing. Send me the fucking link right now, right? I don't care. UFOs Around the World brand at gmail.com. Send your link to that right now. If you're not willing to send it, then get the fuck off my channel. I'm not here to play games. I'm not here to babysit. I'm not here to be nice to people that are trying to take fucking liberties. I'm giving you the opportunity, right, to tell your fucking story. Now send it in an email or fuck off. How about that? And if you don't like that, fuck off. I'm not interested. Go and tell Jesse Michaels or Area 52 or Polarity or fucking Vetted or something like that. They wouldn't even fucking acknowledge you probably on their channels. You're lucky to get even an acknowledgement. I asked what's his TikTok. It's UFOs Around the World. It's on every fucking platform. You're pissing me off. Send your piece of shit evidence, which I'm going to probably debunk anyway as being fucking shit evidence. You're just another person that's going to send me something absolutely dog shit, aren't you? You pissed me off now. He's pissed me off. Sorry, folks. He's pissed me off. It's nothing against everyone else. He's just pissed me off. I've asked him many times to send his fucking thing, and he's like trying to. He's like the annoying wife. He's like the annoying ex-wife. What's the damn TikTok? It's called UFOs Around the World. You absolute fucking remploy. Google remploy. If it's really good evidence, and I will apologise. I'll be like, you know what? Wow, this is no. I won't apologise. I'll be like, it's good evidence, but just. Fuck me. I swear I want to go next. Don't kick the cat. Pissed off now. Maybe I should have called the angry UFO astronaut. You got the angry astronaut. The angry UFOs around the world. Just send me your shit evidence. I'm going to call you out. Send me that shit evidence you've got. That evidence which you think's 100% fucking this is it. This is it. This is the smoking gun. I'm going to show you it's not the smoking gun. It's you been smoking spice. Show me that smoking spice evidence. Come on. Show me that smoking spice evidence right now. He's going to send me something else. It's going to be like a little fucking dot in the sky. Look at that. It's a little dot. You see it? It was an orb. And if you look at it carefully, you can see it. You can see as it changes shape, it turns into like an alien spaceship. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be something like that. I don't know why it's gone blurred. But if I do this. We're back in the room. This is this is what we're gonna get. I'm gonna get a stupid fucking message. Right. Yeah, he sent my link. People laugh. It's true. This is what people do. They'll send me a link. They'll argue for you for hours, and then they'll send you something and say, "Look." I swear to God, they'll send you things, and it's just like, listen. Basically, they just took a video of Venus. And they're like, listen, look at it, it's changing shape. And as I was looking at it, I got transfixed, and I thought that I was getting fingered by an alien, but I wasn't getting fingered by an alien. It was my Uncle Jeff, and that's what they're like. And I have these people all the time, and I'm just wound up with them, and I can't be arsed with them anymore. And I'm there for them. I'm really hard to please. Blood pressure. Yeah, my blood pressure's going on. It's just don't ruin it for everybody, for fuck's sake. This better be worth it. Yeah, I know. It better be worth it. It's always a random light in the sky. It's always a random light in the sky. It's always a random light in the sky. That's the thing. I do apologise, by the way, for people that. But honestly, these people that attack me, I get it all the time. They're like, I want to send you something. All right. UFOs around the world brand@gmail.com. They'll send it me, I'll open it, and then the next day, be like, did you see my video? Did you see my picture? Did you see my video? I'm like, yeah. What did you think? I think shit. I think it's shit. All right. Okay. Thank you for your time. So, the people have different expectations. My expectations, they don't hit it. 9.9 times out of 10, they don't hit that expectation that I want in a video. The video shared before, that was my expectation. Now, whether that was AI, apparently it's not. That's my expectation. He's left. He's not. I've not got any messages from that guy, by the way. So if he's left the chat and he's let me check my. Oh wait, I've got a request. Oh wait. Oh, I've got him. It's called I'm Dimensional on things. So accept that. Yo shite face. He's called me Yo shite face and spelled shite face wrong. Right. So straight away, you fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna give it you right now. Let me look at his fucking shit fucking website. Stay on this, folks. 'Cause I'm gonna show it what he's been adamant to share and stuff like that. And for one, he's wound me up by calling me shite face when he looks like a fucking shite face. Let me have a look at that. Let's go on there. Let's see this fucking evidence. Right. It's not even showing a fucking website, you absolute plank. Right, just send me the link. In fact, let me copy that into ChatGPT and tell them to just give me the link. Just share me the link. Right, here we go. Right, okay. So, we've got a website now. Oh, you fucking knob cheese. Right. I'm going to play it on here for you. Are you ready? You ready for this? So, it is Arisoshango. November 14, 2018. Right, I've got the video. You ready, people? 1 minute.
I don't know about you, but
What?
putting on this.
You have a push light out here, man?
Oh, wow. See you when you do all that stuff.
Is that it? What the fuck am I looking at? I think it's about time we go to this.
I like them boys and I cannot lie. You motherfuckers can't deny that when a girl walks in but she's actually a guy, a dingling in your face you get sprung. And suddenly I'm attracted to men. Man, shut the ah, my ass.
That is what you need when you watch this. Right. So you're in the chat? Yeah, so I've sent it. What are we looking at?
I don't know about you, but wait on this.
Yo, push light out here, man.
Oh, wow. See you when you go outside.
What are we looking at? You just argued for like 20 minutes about how much you're fucking superior to everybody else. Go on, tell us.
I like them boys and I cannot lie. You motherfuckers can't deny that when a girl walks in but she's actually a guy, a dingling in your face you get sprung. And suddenly I'm attracted to men. Man, shut the ah, my ass.
What the fuck is this? Remove your damn beer goggles and look. What am I looking at? Right, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm pissed. I'm not pissed, actually, to be fair. I'm not pissed. But, like, anybody in the comments, do you see what I'm missing here? No, put it in the comments. Maybe I'm wrong. You're not genuine and you're a coward. Coward? Mate, are you for real? I'm a coward. Come and chat to me face to face. Or in fact, fly over to the UK and come and talk to me face to face. You're a coward, man. You're a coward. No, I'm not a coward, mate. I'm just not one of those that'll lick ass and say, "Oh, yeah, that's amazing." You see this black screen here? Oh, the UFO. Where's the UFO here? What are we looking at? I can't. Sorry.
Blow, kaboom. Yeah, what is this Diddy Black doing on the calculator?
Oh shit, not good.
I like them boys and I cannot lie. You motherfuckers can't deny that when a girl walks in but she's actually a guy, a dingling in your face you get sprung. And suddenly I'm attracted to men. Man, shut the ah, my ass.
Yeah, you see, yeah, your video's shit. Your video is shit. You've got no evidence. It's shit evidence. Like, it's shit. I don't care. If my followers and subscribers disagree, they can put it in the comments. I think this is the worst piece of evidence I've ever been shown. In fact, I don't know what I'm fucking looking at. What is it you see? How much spice do you have to see, or have to take, sorry, before you actually see what you're seeing? Because I don't know if I could take that amount of spice.
I don't know about you, but
I don't know about you, but yeah, I think we should send this to UFOs around the world and see if he can see it, because I can't see what you can see, boy.
I don't know about you, but
I don't know about you, boy.
Is that your boyfriend? Listen, you started this, mate, and I'm going to fucking finish it. I'm going to fucking start it and finish it now. You fucking wound me up. You're not showing the video in full. Alright, let's show it in full then. There we go.
I don't know about you, but wait on this.
Yo, push light out here, man.
Oh, wow. See you when you go outside.
Honestly, I don't see anything. All I hear is two people enjoying heroin. That is all I hear. Nah, sorry, I don't see it. Kyle, anybody wants to look at that footage, please do. I don't see anything. I think it's a piece of shit evidence. It's usually the case when people start coming in there, speaking up the big one and stuff like that. Absolutely the worst piece of evidence I've ever seen in my life. I think the most interesting part was this part.
I don't know about you, but
I don't know about you, but I don't know about you, but
that Cletus accent and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a piece of shit accent. I think this is more interesting.
I like them boys and I cannot lie. You motherfuckers can't deny that when a girl walks in but she's actually a guy, a dingling in your face, you get sprung. And suddenly I'm attracted to men. Man, shut the fuck up! Ah, my ass!
Yeah, but we definitely that is the most shittest piece of footage I've ever seen in my entire life. What do you think, guys? Is that the worst evidence you've ever seen in your life? Bitch, you're not showing the video. What do you mean not showing the video properly? What do you want me to do with the video? Honestly, dude, what do you want me to do with the video? Right, like, no jokes now. I played the video. What you've not told us where to look at. Give us the exact second you want us to look at in that video, and we'll give you a second chance to redeem yourself. Maybe I've missed something. Maybe all my subscribers have missed something in the chat because they've not shown me anything. Listen, if I'd missed something, they'd bollock me. They'd be like, Matt, you're taking the piss here. There's something there. Not a single one has said that, which tells me if I'm not noticing it and they're not noticing it, I think there's nothing there. I think the only thing that you've sent a video of is you and potentially your boyfriend taking spice or heroin. One of them. But you've been taking one of them. We couldn't see them. We were stepped out, so I had to film them on it. I don't give a shit. You've wound me up now. I like Rusty Spoons. Nothing UFO related. Mystery UFO channel claiming as yours is not evidence. Listen, if you've got evidence, you know for a fact I will share it, and I'll always back you for sharing. But the fact he came in arrogant as fuck, saying he knows this, that, and the other, and he shared something, or basically it's just you just hear voices. Worst evidence ever. Don't ever come at me with that attitude because you're going to lose miserably. And you know what? I was hoping to God you had some credible evidence and you've not. You basically took I don't even know what you took a video of. No idea what you took a video of. At the beginning of the vid, watch the begin move in what looks like a seated position. Right, okay. I'm going to give you the fucking benefit of the doubt and we're going to look at it again. Right, at the beginning of video, watch the being move in what looks like a seated position. Right, okay, so you're saying ignore the rest of the video, just this part here, this is the part you want us to look at. So the rest of the video's pointless, just this part of the video you want us to look at, right? Just comment yes or no. Just this part here with the chair and it looks like a pub sort of area. There's a shadow, but that's it. That's the kid, I thought. Zoom in for your audio. I don't need to zoom in. Are you saying this is the part? If you want me to just focus on this part, I will do. But the rest of it, as long as you tell me the rest of the video is nonsense, that makes sense. Another walks left into the right. Let's have a look. Right, around here. Oh, sorry. Can you see my So in the middle here, it does look like there's a shadow that lifts up off the chair, if that's what you're referring to. Here. Yeah. So around here, it does look like something lifts up and moves off the chair. And another thing I'll notice is to the left-hand side here, you see something go across the gap in between here, or it's here, one of the two. I think it's here. Watch this. Watch here. Watch. See it? Something passes through this gap here on the left-hand side. Is this what you're referring to? Yeah, it's not a shadow. Yes, once it goes dark, you miss them. Right. I'm going to give you some credit. I don't know what's here. There is already something here, like a dark object. But something does seem to lift up now. And something does seem to go across this area here. So that is weird. But I don't know. I don't know. And the only thing I will say in defence to the footage is the dark mass that I said is already there does not disappear. The dark mass stays, which means it's something totally different that moves from there to this area. So let's look at it one more time then. So it looks like there's someone sat there, but then there is something that moves, but that stays there, and then something passes through the left here. I don't know what that is. What are you suggesting that is? What are you suggesting that? Listen, I'm giving you some credit here now. Now you pointed out what it is. I'm being serious. What are you suggesting this possibly is? I'm trying to explain. I had film it, is CCTV monitor to capture them. Right, so give us some context. Is this your house? Is this your pub? Is this what is this? Can you give us this footage crystal clear? Like what does this area look like during the day? So we can see what these pillars look like, so we can get some context to the actual video. I'm going to guess now the rest of the video is bullshit because there's absolutely nothing from 17 seconds onwards which is alien. So I'm going to suggest the first 17 seconds is what you're referring to, right? Yeah, I'd need to see this during the day. What does this look? This looks like two concrete pillars. This looks like a concrete pillar. That looks like an arch and another concrete pillar. And then they walk through it. But definitely something seems to lift up from here, but it could be a shadow. But again, I'd need to know the actual the area and stuff like that. But okay, I'll take the footage serious. If you can give me, it's a house. Well, I'm from the UK. We don't get houses like that. But I understand in other countries, we do. I would need to see that during the day. Yeah, I'm guessing it's in front of the house. So, sorry. So I'm guessing these are pillars, right? You've got like archway, concrete archways. And something goes through the archway. Shadows don't make noise or bump into objects. Look, listen, it's interesting. People saying it's a dog. I don't think it's a dog because it's clearly high up. It's around here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but it lifts up and then you see something come through here. So it's definitely something that's at a height at least 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", something like that. It's walking through. It doesn't seem to be any. I wouldn't say it was a dog. The mass that I was looking at still remains there, so it's not that. I don't know what it is. It's an unknown. I wouldn't say it's alien. I wouldn't necessarily say it's alien. But it definitely isn't worth coming to my live screaming and shouting about. That's what I'm saying. So, but it's interesting. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And I'll apologise for being a bit of a dick, if that means anything to you. But you need to come into lives and be a bit like, you know, I've got 17 seconds worth of footage. I can't explain what this was. It seemed to lift off a seat, go through the archway. That would have made more sense to me, and I could have worked with that. I wouldn't waste my time and energy sending fake vids. I've been in touch with EC as an account. Listen, if you don't ever send your footage to MoveOn, by the way, for fuck's sake. Don't ever send your footage to MoveOn. It's the worst thing you can possibly do. MoveOn are infiltrated. They've always been infiltrated. Something similar happened in Most Haunted. It looks like a woman putting on a handbag on her shoulder. Does it? See, the thing is, you see something move, but you don't see anything come through this white gap here. You see this gap here? You don't see anything come through here. You see it here. So, from where it is on here, you can't see my mouse, can you? So, from where the chair is, you've got like a white triangle thing, and then you don't see anything pass through that though. Here. Can you see that? You don't see anything pass through there, but you see it pass through there. Do you know what I mean? That's odd. That's odd. I saw a craft for my sighting. There was no mistake in that. Right, folks, I've got to go because I'm in work at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. You've kept me awake. So, it is interesting footage, and it is on the live now, so people can come back to that. If you want to private DM me the video, or send it to Kyle, and he will run it through and see what he can pick up of it and change all sorts. So, Kyle, put your comment in the box. Where's Kyle? If you want to send Kyle your video over email, he will look through it. He's got the time to do it. I ain't got the time to do it at the minute, and we'll see if we can get to the bottom of it for you. Towards it. But I think I will always support people sending footage, but come in with a different attitude. Especially when I've had a drink. It's more like a ghost. I've seen ghosts before. Yeah, but I messaged it to you on TikTok. Right. I'll have a look at TikTok and I'll send it to Kyle. Derek Rogers, UFOs Around the World. Have you sent it there, yeah? Right, I've got it. So you just leave it with us and we'll see what we can work. A change of damn battery in the smoke alarm, for fuck's sake. Got anybody chat checking there? Yeah. Just be careful coming into my live being argumentative, because now you know me, you'll know that that's not the way to go about it. Just give maximum detail. I've got a video, Matt. Right, Kyle's there in the chat. Kyle, drop your email there in the chat box, so Arishango can send his video to you, and then you can use your AI shit and see if you can break it down, get some different visuals on it. Give him some answers. He wants answers, right? He's here for the answers. There's the email. Send it to that. Kyle will work through it for you and he'll email you back. What I will say is, it's not fake. It's genuine footage. So whatever it is, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know what that is. People can do things with that video to make it look free. The only thing that really odd to me is there's a gap between where it lifts up and then it doesn't go anywhere and then it appears to the left. It's very weird. It is very weird. Dude, you were the one argumentative. Yeah, I know, but I'm every right to be argumentative. It's my channel. But don't come in. You just rub me up the wrong way. Maybe I'm in the wrong. I don't know. You're making me sound like you like me, missus. I'm going to apologise in a minute. I've done nothing wrong. Just next time, come in and say, I've got some footage. Don't come in like you know everything and you're better than everybody. I fucking hate that, because nobody's better than anybody, and especially not in my life. I'm not better than you. The more I know, the less I know. The more you research, the less you know. That's a fact. We're on the same page. We're trying to help each other. Send your footage in all day long. You got a story, come on a video call and talk to me. I want that. But I haven't got the time this weekend to look through that video, but Kyle has. Kyle will look through that. I don't care about the screen recording. It must be original. Yeah, it's definitely real footage. What it is, I have no fucking idea. What I would do is, Derek, is cut the rest of the video out. Cut the other fucking 30 odd seconds of that video out which isn't needed. And just keep it to the 17 seconds, which is important, so people can actually concentrate on that. Because I was confused, because when it came out of that, I was looking at this thinking I'm going to see a UFO in the sky, and it's not. It's just you two talking shit. So delete that part and just keep the 17 seconds that's needed. I was just letting you know that I've been doing research, just you did. Yeah, no, it's fine. Listen, if you've got more footage like this, send it in, and we'll have a look at it. Now we know about you, and we know what you're on about. Send it in. But we need daytime footage. Show us what that looks like during the day. Just take a picture of it, put it on your TikTok, so we know what that actual area looks like during the day. So we got because at the minute it just looks like it's night vision, isn't it? Shango, please you can't beat a Brit. We are like a bulldog with a bag of chips. Yeah, listen. The thing is, a lot of people would have blocked you and shit. I'm not going to block you or anything. I'm not going to fall out with you, and I'm sure you'll come back to more lives, and we'll get along. We'll be friends eventually, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of what this is. iPhone recording, CCTV refresh rate will be blurry and pixelated. Yeah. Kyle doesn't have unlimited time. You've got enough time to go through this, Kyle. Shut up, Kyle. Right, folks, I've been live for nearly 5 hours. I've been live. I only wanted to go live for 2 hours. 4 hours and 52 minutes. So thank you so much for the people that have been here all through it. And I'll probably be live tomorrow night. We'll go through another watch along maybe. Oh no, the watch along we did tonight, I will upload that, and that will be there for people to watch without the watch along, so they'll be able to watch it. That's probably what I'll do tomorrow. Maybe I won't go live tomorrow, I don't know. We'll see. I'm in work till 2 o'clock. So as always, keep your eyes to the skies. Do stop making this about culture or country. I don't know what he's talking about now. He's going to wind me up. I'm going to bed. Keep your eyes to the skies, as the next story could be yours. Good night. God bless, and I will see you on the next one. And if you want to listen to the greatest UFO outro tune and intro tune, here it is. Leave a comment straight after the video stops, because it uploads instantly, and it really does help the video if you comment saying that you was part of the live stream. That really does mean a lot.
Figure this one out. There's a third one. Oh, what do we got? Take a look at this.
Kenneth Arnold, lights flashing, 47 saucers passing, Roswell crash, Debris field, Ramey memo half revealed.
I'm still here.
Project Grudge,
I'm listening to the greatest UFO song ever.
Buzz, Blue Book files locked away, Men in Black say no one saw a thing today.
Watch closely as a different U.S. drone drops a Hellfire missile on that fast-moving orb. The missile appearing to bounce off the object.
Foo Fighters over World War II, Nazi discs, the rumors grew. Operation Paperclip, V2 rockets, secret ships, Maury Island fragments fall, Flatwoods monster standing tall. Every decade, every night, something strange is in the sky. We didn't stop the sightings. They've been in News and Space Command, still no one quite understand. For every secret government file, another witness walks a mile to say, I know what I saw tonight, and the truth is sitting out of sight. Tic-tac dancing near the fleet, Fravor says it moves too neat. Hottie out there digging through the past, Wilson memo leaks at last. Eric Davis briefing notes, Kraft retrieved, the rumor floats. Congress asked, reveal the proof, whistleblowers raise the roof. NASA study, hearings loud, disclosure talk inside the crowd. Maybe soon we'll read the page, tape in hiding age to age. Human future, open sky, what's above we can't